MERN AI Print-on-Demand Platform 25. What you are building today is a complete AI MERN full stack tutorial where you simply type a prompt and it generates an artwork instantly and is displayed on a mockup. On top of that, you will learn how to build a production-ready application packed with features like email and Google Authentication using beta-auth, product listing, design editor with draggable elements, AI artwork generation, merging artwork directly on mockup, Stripe checkout to webhook, order handling and deployment. We will be using modern tech stack like Node.js with Express on the backend, React 19 on the frontend, MongoDB for database, beta-auth for authentication, Cloudinary for storage, Stripe for payments, Render for deployment, and much more. Now let me show you how the app works, but don't forget to subscribe and share this video. So I'll log into the app, and once I log in, it will take me to the home page where we can see the starter essentials, the feature products, and the listing. And these three artwork are AI generated. To create a new listing, we can pick either t-shirts or hoodie. So I'm going to pick on t-shirt, and there we can add image, you can add text, you can change the font, make it bold, or also change the color. And here you can also drag it and move it around. Also, we also have AI art. We can generate artwork and you can pick any of the one we have here like this. And I can expand it, position it where I want and click on preview. And this will show how it will look on the t-shirt. We can also select colors. I'll pick white, black, and pink. And there here you can switch between the colors. Then we can also generate artwork with AI. So I'll click here, I'll paste in a prompt, and I'm going to click on generate. And this is going to start generating the artwork. It takes some seconds, and let's wait for it. And now we can see that it has generated the artwork and it's looking good. So I can zoom it, I can preview it, and it look good. You can change the color if you want it in black or you want it in white. So I'm going to remove the pink color. I'm just going to pick white and then black. Or I'll just remove the black and change it to pink. So it's white and pink. So this is fine. So I'm going to give this a title and then the description. Then once we are done, we can click on add to continue. So this is going to create the listing and it's going to redirect us to the listing page. Now we can see the artwork, and to view this artwork, we can click on the share link and this is going to open on a new tab where we can preview the artwork, the t-shirt with the artwork. You can switch between the colors. Here we can pick in size we want and we can click on buy now. Then we can fill in the email, first name, and shipping address. And then we can fill in the information, then click on pay, and this will redirect us to Stripe where we are going to put in our card details and submit and pay. So I'm going to pick in card. So let me pick this currency, then I'm going to select the card, and then I'm going to click on, and this is going to trigger the webhook. Now you can see that it has redirected us to the thank you page. Your order is confirmed. So the cost, so to view the, and then we can view the order. We can see the order and the awaiting shipment. So let's go ahead and initialize the backend. So I'm going to navigate into the backend folder. So open your terminal. I'm going to cd backend. So I've already created a folder, backend and client folder. So I'm going to clear my terminal, and then let's do npm init -y, and this is going to initialize the npm and create the package.json. So let's wait for it. So it is done. If we go into the backend folder, you can see package.json here. Now we can go ahead and install the packages we need for this project. So I'm going to clear my terminal. I'm going to paste it with the version I'm going to use. So I'm just going to paste it here. So I'm installing bcrypt, beta-auth, Cloudinary, cookie piazza, cursor.env, express, mongoose, Suglify, Stripe, and Exalt. So make sure you install all this version. So I'm going to click on enter. So it's going to install all this inside our project. So I'm going to wait for it, and once it's done, we're going to also install the dev dependency. So let's install a dev dependency. I'm going to clear my terminal and then I'm going to paste it here with the version. We can see we're installing the types for bcrypt, cursor.env, express, mongoose, and node and nodemon. We're also installing nodemon, cs node, and entire script. So just click on enter. So this is going to install all the dev dependency. And make sure you add div b here, so -d, so it's installed as a dev dependency. So we're going to wait for it to finish. So now it is done. So let's go ahead and start. Let's set up our project. So the first thing I'm going to create ts config because we're going to be using TypeScript. So I'm going to say ts config dot json, and I'm going to paste in the JSON file consideration compiler option ES2 2021 and the include and exclude. So I'm going to then create the folder structure. So we're going to have an SRC folder, and inside the SRC folder, we're going to have the controllers, service, and route. So I'm going to quickly and create all the folder. So I've done that. So create a config, controller, lib, middlewares, model, routes, scripts, service, type, utils, and validators. And then the index.txt, which we're going to write the Express app inside this file. So once we are done with this, let's quickly create, we're going to be using nodemon to run the server. So we're going to create a file outside the source directory. We are going to say nodemon, and this is going to be the JSON. And if you look at inside the package.json, we've already installed nodemon. So inside the nodemon, we're going to be using it together with ts node. So I'm going to go into nodemon. And let me paste in this. So you're going to watch the source directory, ES and TX, and then we're going to execute. So Node is going to execute TS node files dot slash src slash index.txt. So it's going to execute this file. So we're going to save that. Now we're going to go into the package adjusting so we can add in the script. So inside here, let me just remove this and I'm going to say dev. So when we run npm run dev, we're going to run nodemon, sorry. And if we want to build this into JavaScript, we're going to use the build command. And this is we're going to use the tsc, which is TypeScript. And then once that, we're going to copy the package.json inside the this folder. So if we look at inside tx, we can see we have the root directory and the out directory, which is this folder. So let's go back into package.json, and then I'm going to write it package.json and slash dix. And to run the server, once you build, you're going to use the start command. You're going to say start node. We're going to point to the disk folder, and then we're going to use .jx. So that is it. So now the first thing we're going to do, let's create our .env. I say .env, and inside the utils, we are going to write a function to get the .env. So I'm going to paste in some env. So I've pasted it .env ports, base URL, Mongo URL, and frontend origin. Then inside the utils, we're going to create a function. So we're going to call this get.env.x. And then inside here, we're going to write in a function, say export constant get.env. And this is going to be equals to, we're going to pass in the key, which is of type string. And then we're going to pass in the default default value, which I'm going to say type string. And then, so let me like this. Then we're going to get the value, which is going to be equals to process. So we're going to point process.env, and we're going to use the key. And then if for any reason it's not available, we can just use the default value. And then we're going to say if not value as the env, then we're going to throw a new error. We're going to say missing env variable. we are going to pass in the key as a plus key. And then if we have, we're going to return, we're going to return the val. Now with this function, we are going to go into the config. You can put it anywhere, maybe inside the utils too, but let me just leave it in the config. So I'm going to call this env.config.txt. So I'll create a constance of object. I'm going to say export constance env. And this is we're going to use the get env function we did here. We're going to use it here to point to get all the env from the env file. So I'm going to paste it like this. So let me import get env. Now we have the node env, and this we're going to pass in the key, which is the node env, and that's what we have inside the env node env port base URL. And then this is the default value, default, and so let me see. So what is this string? Oh, okay, there's no default value. So what I'm going to do, let's go back into the get env. So let me go into get env and let's set default value to empty string like this. And the error should stop. So now with this, we can use it inside the entire app from this env. So once we're done with this now, we can go ahead and start to work on the index.txt. So let's start setting up our Express server. So let's import Express and the .env. Inside the package JSON, we installed the .env. So we're going to import it here. And we're going to also import the Express. Now we can say constant app is equals to Express. And then we are going to also use the app dot use, and let's pass in express dot json, and then I'm going to pass in limits 10 MB. So yeah, we're going to also pass in the app dot use. Let me get it. I think it's cursor. So yes, we're going to import that here. So I'll import them, cursor piazza and cursor. And then let's just pass in cursor piazza. And let's initialize this. And let's also pass in app use. And we're going to pass in the express.url encode. And then we're going to pass in extension, extended to true. And once we are done with this, add a health API health route. So I'm just going to say get, and it is going to be health. And here we are going to let's return this. Let's say response. So we're going to pass in the response. So I'll say request. It's going to be of type request. And the response is going to be of type response. And now we can use response.status. And then we're going to set this to 200, the addressing. And then let's pass a message. It's going to be server, because the server is healthy. And you can just pass in status of OK. So save this. So we're going to go ahead and write an HTTP config. So we don't manually write in 200, 400, or 404 across the application. So it's best to define it in a centralized place so we can import it inside from the config inside any part of the app. So I'm going to create a file. So I'll call this http.config.txt. We are going to also write in export constant. We're going to define our objects. So I'll call this HTTP status. and this is going to be equals to, so we're going to paste this here. So now we have okay, which is 200 created 201, batch request 400 unauthorized 401, like that. And let me also add as constant here. And then we need to also define a type. So type, so close this, say HTTP status code type. This is going to be equals to type of HTTP status, and then key of type of HTTP by this. So now we can go into the index.txt, and then let's import it. You say HTTP status dot okay, like this. We also forgot to pass in the the cause. So I'm going to say app use, and then I'm going to pass in cause, and then we're going to pass in the origin, and this is going to be env. Let's import env, the front end origin, and we're going to pass in the method and then also credentials to true. So once we are done with this, now we can use the app.listener, and we're going to pass in the port. So we're going to use env.port, and then we're going to say async, and let's type in console.log port and also the env. So should run the server should be running. So let's clear this npm1 dev, and we can see that the server is running. To test it is running. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to use this extension. So come into your extension library and let's install http yak. So install this HTTP yak. So we are going to use it to test our endpoint. So I'll go into um let me close this. So once you've installed it, come inside here. I'll just create a folder. Let me create a folder up here. I'll call this HTTPS, and then what I'm going to say health.http.tx, sorry, .http, that's the extension. And then we're going to use a get, and once you type in http, I think our port is so you can see missing some variables. So no problem. I'm just going to copy I think it's localhost 8000. Say localhost like this. So let's go and fix this so this does not try an error. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to pass in any variable like this. So it's stop. So I'll cancel my server, or there's no need to cancel. It's just going to index.tx and just save it, and this will restart the server and run, and you can see server is running on port 8000. So now once you save that, then I can go into the health.http which I've created. I will just click on this play button here, and this should run this. So now we can see the message server is healthy, status okay. So this is working fine. So let me go back into my code. So the next thing we are going to we're going to work on the error handling. So if you look at inside the index, we didn't handle the error. So we're going to also create our own custom error. So we are going to have app.use, and we're going to pass in a middleware which we're going to call error handler. So this is responsible for handling any error across the app to return the error gracefully. So let's go ahead and create this middleware. So I'm going to go into the middleware folder and let's create a file. We're going to call it error handler dot middleware. So let me just change this handler dot middleware dot cx. And then inside here we're going to write export constant, and we're going to call this error handler. And this is going to be of type error request handler from Express. And then let's just return this. So I'm going to get the error request response and then next. So we are going to let's console.log, sorry, .log error or code. We are going to point to the request.path and then the error. Now we can also capture the syntax error. So I'll say if error instance of syntax. So it should be capital letter error. So this should be lowercase and the error should stop. And I'm going to say, and then we can return this. So let's import the HTTP status. And we can say return status HTTP by request and invalid JSON format. Please check your request body. So after all this, we're going to then return internal server error. So I'll copy all of this and I'm going to paste it here. Instead of by request, this should be internal server error. And here we can just set message to internal internal server error. And then we can pass in the error. We can say error the message or something went wrong. And let's also pass in okay, let's leave it like this. So now let's go into index and let's import error handler. So let's go back into the error handler. We need to also capture errors in the app custom error. So for instance, in this endpoints, if you want to throw an error, you typically have to do throw new error. And then you type in the error, say this, let's say this is an error. And if I save this and make sure my server is running, sorry, terminal, and the server is running, let me run this now. If I go into health HTTP, and I'm going to, so I'm going to play it. Now we should see internal server error, and the error that was thrown was this is an error. This is an error. So this occurred because of inside the index.txt, I added this is an error here. So, but there's no way to track an error inside our controller. If we throw a new error with this, it will always fall down to internal server error we define inside the error handler. And that is why we need a custom error. So we're going to remove this. And I'm going to go into the error middleware. So we're going to track, we're going to also create, we're going to create the custom error, and then we're going to get the error made by the custom error and return it gracefully. So it does not fall down to the return to the internal server error. So we're going to call this app error. So inside utils, we're going to create a file. We're going to say app error.txt. So we're going to extend from the error class. So I'll say export class, and this is going to be called app error, which is going to extend from error, and then we're going to define constructor, and this is going to take in the message, which is going to be of type string. And let me put this down. Then we are going to also pass in the status code. So I'm going to say public status code, and this is going to be of type, if you remember, inside the HTTP and config, we had the type here. So we're going to copy this type, and let's go back here, and then I'm going to say HTTP status code type, and we're going to pass in a default value, which is going to be HTTP status dot internal server error. Then we also need to pass in an error code. So if you don't want, you can leave it out. So I'm just going to pass the error code I need. So you can see we have internal bad request unauthorized forbidden not found and validation error. So this is not mandatory. You can skip this if you want. So I'm just going to add it here. So when we throw a bad request, you always see the error code. So I'm going to also say public. So it should be a lowercase public error code. And this is going to be of type is error code type. And the default value is going to be error code dot internal. And once we are done with this, we can just open this and let's pass in its super and passing message. So we're going to also pass in error dot capture stack tricks and then pass in this dot contract construct. Sorry, it's like this dot constructor like this. So now we have the error class now. So we can define all the errors we need. We need the internal server error, the bad request, not found like we have here with the error code. So I'm going to say export now. And this is going to be a class. So let me do for bad request. So we're going to say bad request. Or let me quickly do for the internal server exception. Yeah, this is going to extend from app error. And we're going to also pass in a constructor. And this time we're going to pass a message. And the message is going to be, let's say, type string. And I'm going to set default to internal server error like this. And then we're going to also pass in super. Let's pass the message. And this we have a HTTP status dot internal server error. Then also error code is going to be error internal. So we're going to do the same thing for bad requests, not found and unauthorized. So I've done that. Now we can see not found exception message, which is a resource not found. Let me also add, there's no need to add the string here. So we have the message, HTTP does not found, and then the error code. So you only pass a message when using these classes. So if you want a custom one, you can define HTTP exception. But for now, this is okay. So now if I copy this, if I save this now, and let's say I want to use the bad request exception. So before we use this, we need to go into the middleware, the error handler middleware. And then we need to catch any error that's coming from the app error. So we need to do if, so I'm going to do the same thing with what we did here. So we're going to say if error instance, instance of app error. So let's import app error. We are going to then return the error. So we're going to say error.status code. We're going to pass in status because we are passing the status code inside the class. You can see. So the status code is being passed, the error code is being passed. So with that, we can use this to get error.status code, and then we have the message and the error code. Now we can make use of this. So let's go into index.txt, and then let's go. So instead of new error, we're going to say new bad request exception, and then this is only going to take. We're going to pass in the message. So I'll say this bad request. So save this. Make sure the server is running, and then let's go into health.http, and I'm going to click on send. Now this should run, and we should see this is this bad request, and we can see the error code. So this is working fine. So we are done with the error handling. Now inside the index.txt, so we need to also capture error shown in an async function. So for instance, if we convert this into an async, and let's say we are trying to fetch from the database, typically you will wrap your entire app with try catch. So instead of doing this over and over and across the service or controller, you can define what we call async handler. With this, we can wrap the route or the controller with the async handler, and this will capture any error that occur inside the controller and throw and send it down to the error handler. So I'm going to paste this back, and then let's just quickly go ahead and do that. So inside the middleware, we're going to say async handler dot middleware dot cx. So inside here, we're going to say type async controller. So this is going to be, we're going to pass in the request, and this is going to have a type of request from Express. Likewise, we're going to also have response, which is going to be of type response from request. So let me just quickly import it. And then we're going to also pass in the next function, which is going to be, we're going to import out from next function, from Express, sorry. And this is going to return a promise. I'll just set this to any. So now let's define the function. We're going to say export constant async handler. It is going to be equals to, we're going to get a controller. The controller is going to be of type async controller. And then we're going to return async. We're going to pass in this as a same thing. I'll copy this and paste it here. And then we're going to return, and let's do try catch here. Let's catch an error, and then we're going to let's pass in the next function. So this is going to pass down the error. Sorry. And then we're going to say await controller. Now we're going to pass in the request response and also the next to it. So now we are done with the async handler. Now we can copy this, go into index So into the index.txt. Now we can wrap this with the async handler. So let me import it. So, but we need to pass in async here. Now the error should stop. Now with this, we can use this across the all the controller across the app. So there's no point adding manually adding try and catch everywhere. Since we've defined it in one place, we can use it in all the controllers we're going to implement. So let's remove this and let's make sure everything is working. So make sure your terminal, your server is running, and let's go ahead and check the health and click on send. Now this server is healthy. So let's set up a MongoDB database. So head over to Google and search for MongoDB Atlas and then sign in. Once you sign in, you should report to all project page. So let's create a new project. So I'll click on new project and the name of our project is AI Prettify AI. So I'll say Prettify AI. Then I'm going to click on next and let's create the project. So let's create the cluster. So I'm going to click on create button and you should take place here. So I'm going to select the free option, then leave everything the same. Then I'm going to click on create deployment. And so this is going to start creating the cluster. Now I'm going to copy the password and create database user. Then I'm going to choose a connection method. We're going to use MongoDB. So we can see it has added the password here. So I'm going to copy this. So close this. So before we go ahead and do it, before we go ahead and add it. So let's go into the database and network access, and let's go into IP address next and click add IP. I'll set this to you can see it does not have the so the MongoDB they add the allow anyone access. So I'm going to just paste in a public um IP and I'm going to click on confirm. So let me go back into the cluster and let me click on connect so I can copy this again and MongoDB and let's copy this. So let's go back into the code and then inside the env. So I'm going to go into my env. I'm going to paste it here. Then I'm going to add in the database. The database name. I'm going to say AI Printify and then save this. Now we can go into if we look at the package.json, we've installed mongoose here. So let's go ahead and create the config. So I'll say database dot config dot tx and let's say exports constant. I'll say connect database and this is going to be equals to async and then we're going to use try catch here and let's say await mongoose. So let me quickly import that here. So I'm going to say import mongoose from mongoose. Sorry, let me type this well. Mongoose here. So let me use this here. Mongoose.connect and let's get env. Let's import the env dot mongoose URI and then we're going to say console dot log database connected. And then here we're going to say console.log, database disconnected. And we're going to also pass in process.exist one. So now we can use this inside the index.txt. So let's go into index.txt, scroll to the bottom, and let's use await, paste this here, and let's import this. So now save this and let's see our terminal, our server. So if it's going to connect to the database, and let's wait. So we should see database is connected. Now we can see the database is connected. So let's go ahead and implement authentication since we're going to be using better auth in this project. So let's go ahead and do that. So head over to betterauth.com and head over to the docs. So I'm going to click on the docs and then we're going to go into installation. So click on installation. So we're going to install betterauth. So we've already installed betterauth. So we're going to skip that. And the next thing we're going to do, we're going to add better auth secret. So I'm going to click here to generate this. And then we need to copy this and also add in better auth pointing to the backend URL. So let's head over to the backend, to the code, sorry, and let's go into the env. So let me close all of this inside the backend. Then inside env, we can paste this here. So let me paste it here. So we're also going to pass in the better auth URL. So once you have this, we can head over to the browser again and let's continue. So we need to create a lib folder and then we are going to add better auth inside the lib. We're going to initialize it. So I'm going to copy this. And when you copy this, you're going to head back to, okay, you can scroll down before we go back. Let's see how to connect it with MongoDB. So we can see the MongoDB here. And then once you click on MongoDB, we need to use MongoDB adapter and then pass in the client. So with this, we're going to use it inside the app. So let's go, I think that is all. And let's go straight into the code. And then let's go into SLC folder and lib. And let's create a file called auth.txt. And there we can paste this here. So let me paste the better auth and better auth. We're going to import better auth from better auth. Now we need to pass in the MongoDB. So in order to use this with MongoDB, we are going to use a different approach because we need MongoDB to be connected before we can pass in the MongoDB client. So what we are going to do, I'm going to copy this out and I'm going to wrap this inside a function. So I'm going to say export constant, then I'm going to say get auth, and I'm going to return this. Then I can pass in this. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to say remove this and say return better auth. So now we're going to check if mongoose, we're going to import mongoose. So let's import mongoose here. Let's say import mongoose from mongoose. Then we are going to say if not mongoose dot connection dot db. Then if it's not connected, if we're not connected to the database, then we're going to just throw an error. I'll just say database connection. We can say database connection not established or not currently Not, let's use the establish and then call the connect database first. So once we have this now, we can then pass in the MongoDB, the database. So let's pass in database here, and there we can import MongoDB adapter from beta auth. So I'll say MongoDB. So let me see. I think this is going to come from beta auth from this package. So beta auth adapter MongoDB like this. So let's copy this, paste it here, and then we're going to pass in the mongoose dot connection dot db. Then we are going to say client mongoose dot connection dot get client like this. So we need to also pass in the base URL like what we actually passed here. So we added the auth URL here and the secret. So we need to pass it to better auth. So I'm going to go into copy both of this, and let's go into the env config, and then we can add it here. So once you add it, now we can go back into the auth.txt and let's pass it here. So we're going to say base URL. This is going to be env. So let's import env.beta auth URL. Then we're going to also pass in a secret, and this is going to be env dot beta auth secret. Then we need to also pass in the trusted origin, and this is going to be in an array, and we're going to say env dot frontend origin. So let me add comma here. So to use beta auth with email and password, you need to define email and password, and we need to set it to enable to true. And if you need to verify email, you can pass in required email verification, but I don't need that, so I'm going to just change minimum password length to 6 because by default better odds and set it to 8. So we need to also we can customize we can provide our hash um function and also verify function for the password. So we can pass in password here, and there we can say hash, and then you can pass in your own hash function and also verify function. You can leave it for better or to do it by itself, or you can do that. So I'm going to create my own custom um, hash and verify function. So I'll use bcrypt since we already have installed bcrypt. So I'm going to say bcrypt.tx. So let's import it, bcrypt.js, and then let's create a function. So I'll say export constant hash value, and this is going to be equals to async, and then we are going to we are going to return, so we're going to pass in password here, and this is of type string, and then let's return await bcrypt dot hash, and then let's pass in password and then pass in the sort value. So this is exactly how better out acts. We should provide the hash and function like this, and then we can duplicate this, and also the I'll call this compare or verify password. So I'll say compare value, and then we are going to We're going to change this from password to data, and this is going to have password string, and then we're going to also have in the sorry, let me put a type here. We're going to have the hash, which beta auth is going to pass to the function. So here we're going to say bcrypt compare, and we're going to pass in data dot function data dot password and data dot hash. So we are done with the function. So let's head over to auth.tx and we can provide it here. So I'll say hash value, and then also we can also provide the verify function. So we'll call this compare value, just like this. So to enable social sign-in like Google, we can come down outside this email and password. Then we can pass in social providers. And since we're going to be using Google, so I'm going to pass Google. And Google takes in client's ID. So we are going to quickly add that to the env and also the client's secret. So let's add it inside the env. Let's just add in the variable here. So I'm going to paste it here. And for now, I'm just going to let's just set it to, or let's leave it. Then let's head over to the env config, and then we're going to pass it here. So I'm going to just pass this here, client ID and client secret. And then inside the auth.tx, we can get it from the env. So we say env dot client ID and also env dot client secret. So if you want to modify some of the field, you can also modify it here. So let's head over to the documentation and click on Google inside under the authentication. Then once you click on it, you can see how to add Google to the project to better auth. So we need to head over to Google Cloud Console. So I've already logged into my account. So you can go over to Google Cloud Console, or you can type Google, search for Google and Developer Console. Then once we do that, we're going to have to um, go to the credentials, and then we're going to add in the authorized redirect URL, and we're going to add callback for Google like this. So we're going to copy this. This is exactly what they said we should do. So go back here and let's click on create credential, click on what client ID, and let's wait for it to open. So I need to configure this. So click on get started, and let me quickly do this. So I just provide my app information. Then audience, I just pick external. Then I'm going to provide contact info. So once you fill in that, you just click on continue and click on create. And let's wait for it. So once it's done, so let's click on clients, and then let's go to click on create clients, select web app, and then we need to pass in a redirect URL. So let's go ahead and copy this. So I'll copy this, and then let's go back to Google console, paste it. So remember to change the port to 8000. And once you do that, we can click on create. So we can copy the client's ID and the client secret. So I'll copy both of them, and let's head over to the code, and let's go into the env and let's paste the client. So I've pasted the client secret. Now we can go ahead and continue. So let's go back into the RTX. So the next configuration we are going to add, we're going to um we're going to add advanced here, And what we are going to do, we are going to disable ID generation by better odds by default generates ID for the database. So we are going to disable it. Sorry for the models, like when you create a new user account, it generates the ID. So we are going to say generate ID to false. So we want the database like MongoDB to actually generate the ID by itself. So because it's going to be an auto generation. So this time it's going to MongoDB is going to add the underscore ID. So the next configuration we need to do, we can configure the cookie which will be sent to the client side. So by default, when you authenticate with better auth on the client side, a send cookie to the client, and the cookie name or the prefix is set to better auth. You might want to change it to your brand name. So to do that, we can head over to the documentation, and if you go straight to concept, we can see cookies, and there we can see how to add the prefix, and we can change the session token name. So you can just define the name here. So basically, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to copy this because this is under advanced. So copy this, and you can read more on the doc. So let's just go back to the code, and let's so below here, let's just paste it here. And this is cookie. So I'm going to also pass in the cookie prefix. So I'll change this to print. You can say printify AI or AI printify. Let's use printify AI, and let's add comma here. And this we can just change this to so let's just give it printify underscore session token like this. So I'll just remove these attributes. And now we can going to add in plugin. So you might want to add in the documentation. So if we go over to the better auth documentation, you can go straight to Open API. So to access that page, you can click on the search button here, and let's search for Open API, and let's click on it. And this should take us to the plugin. We can see Open API, and here we can add this to the API, so we can access this and documentation that Better Auth provides, so we can see all the endpoints they provide. So to add it, we just need to add this one line of code. So let's just copy this import, head over to the code, and let's just paste that here, and I'll copy this, and below here, let's add in plugin, and let's just call the function. Now we have access to this. So if we want to add JWT, we can head over to the code, sorry, to the browser, and then we can add JWT. So they have JWT plugin and barrier plugin. So I'm just going to use the JWT plugin. So let's copy this, and let's head over to, so by default, this is going to send token when we sign in, if you add this and JWT plugin. So I'm just going to add that. So let's go to the code, and let's just add it here. Sorry, let me do that on the client on the top, and I'm going to pass in the JWT plugin. So I think that is all. So if you want to add in roles and permission, Better Auth also has an admin plugin. So you can search for the admin. I think it should be at the top. Yeah, you can see admin plugin. Then once you add it, but it add the admin role and the user role, and you can modify it. So the next thing we are going to look at for is how to use Better Auth with Express. next.js. So I'm going to scroll down to think it's integration. Yeah. So we can see Express. And then you can see the guide to how to use it with Express. So if you look at here, so we can add in this to Express, and we can have access to all those API, all Better Auth APIs. But if you don't want to use Better Auth API, you can go ahead and go into um, I think it's inside the concept. You can go ahead and you create your own custom endpoints, then um use the Better Auth, the auth, then use it inside the server side. You can see how to use it to sign in an email, and also and sign up and sign out. So, but I'm going to be using so I'm going to go back into the integration. I'm going to use the endpoint and Better Auth as already provided. So we are going to add this uh, to the index.txt, and we're going to add it above the app.use express.json. So I think that is all, and we also need to add in the course middleware at the top before we add this endpoint, this middleware too. So let's just go ahead and use this. So I'm just going to go back to my code, and inside the index.txt, so let's move this to the top. Sorry, yeah. And there we're going to paste this here. So since this is going to be called once we run the server, so this is going to be called. Better is going to try to find for the config here. And since we wrap this inside a function, this is not going to work. And we want the connection to MongoDB. To the MongoDB should be connected first before Better Auth, or we can able to access the Better Auth endpoint. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to import this function. So let's import it here. So I'm just going to paste it here. And now, sorry, that is wrong. So it's supposed to be to handler, not to node um, headers. Then for this, we're going to let's copy this out, and then let's get the request and the response, and let's say constant auth is going to equals to get auth. So we're going to call the function, and then we're going to say return, and let's paste this here. So we're going to also pass in the request and also the response like this. So for this, we're going to add in slash here. So because Express version 5 requires us to pass this here. So once we save this now, we can go ahead and run the server. So the server is, let's wait for the database to connect. And once now our database is connected, so we can head over to the documentation. Let's look at the endpoints we add in the Open API. So let me go straight to the plugin, and let me straight to Open API, and let's go down. Let's copy this. Where is it? So let's just copy this here, API auth reference. So I'm just going to go to localhost 8000 slash API auth reference. I'll click on enter, and now we should be able to see the APIs, the auth API. Now we can see the signing social callback API. So let's look at the email. So we have the sign up email here, and you can test it here directly if you want. So I'm not going to test it here. I'm going to test it inside the HTTP we created. So I just wanted to show you. We can see the JWT plugin we add. You can see the JWT JWK and also the token. Then we can see the models here that's going to be added to MongoDB. So we have the user, session, account, verification, and JWKs. So let's go ahead and test this out inside our HTTP. Uh, let's go into the code. So I'll just come over here. So inside this HTTP, we are going to create auth.http. So I'm going to paste in so I just have the post locals 8000 API auth sign up / email, what we saw in the beta auth documentation. We also have in the sign in and sign out. So let me drag this here and let's try it out. So make sure your server and database is connected, and let me click on the play button. So it's a invalid body. So invalid inputs. Expected string received undefined. So let me see. So let me call this out and see why this failed. And let me click on it again. So something is wrong. Sorry guys, I noticed I made a mistake. So let's head over to the documentation. So let's test it with the beta. Also click that's and let me pass in the email and also our passy name. And I'm going to also pass in the password, and let's click on send, and this should work. So it's working here. So just make sure to copy this exact copy here and paste it. So it's going to also show an error. Let's just go back to the code and let's test it out again. So I'm going to try and test in the sign in since we've already signed up. So I'll click on send. Now we can see that we are logging. So let me try this again with a new email. So I'll just call this and just a random email. And let's see if this is going to work through this HTTP app. So I'm going to click on send. So I think the missing origin is because we've inside the auth.txt we added trusted origin here. I think that is the reason why it's not allowing us to create through HTTP app. So that is it. So well we can log in. So let's try and log out. So I'll click on sign out and let's check this here. So then we have this session here. So let me click on sign out again. So I think missing origin is still a problem with this. So I noticed that we can use the sign out and also the sign up. Can use this in HBAC because it's going to show missing origin, but the sign in work. So to log out, you just need to remove the session here. But if we head over to the if we head over to this to the documentation, we can, since we are logging here, we can sign out here. So if I click on sign out and click on text, let's click on sign out. We can see it works here because we have the localhost. We're calling from the localhost 8000, which is the beta auth base URL. So it's going to work with this endpoint and also the front end origin we added. So there's only two origin that's going to work. So for now, let's go back to the code. Now we can see that if we try to log in now again, this should work. We can see the token, the username, email, and the ID that is being returned. So this is working fine. And let's also check the database. If I go into env, into my env, I'll copy my database URL, and then you can just quickly add MongoDB. So MongoDB for VS Code, then install it. So let me connect this. So I'll paste this here, click on enter, and let's go. So it's connected. Now we can. So if you can't find the MongoDB for database I'm using anti-gravity, then you need to modify the marketplace item URL, replace it with add the VS Code marketplace and also the marketplace gallery URL. So I'm going to go into MongoDB. Now I can see, let me collapse this. We can see the AI Printify, and we can see all of the table that was created. Because the accounts, sessions, and also the um user. So that is it. So the last thing we are going to do now is to implement the middleware. So we are going to add this middleware to the protected route. So let me close everything. So inside the backend, we are going to, so let's just call this auth and dot middleware dot tx. So yeah, I'm just going to say export constants require auth, and this is going to be async, and we're going to import the and response to. So let's just pass it here. I'll say request is going to be a request, and then we're going to also pass in response. It's going to be response, and next we're going to pass in the next function type here. So now we're going to say constant auth. We need to get the auth. So say get auth. So with this we can get the session. We say session is equals to await auth dot API dot get session, and we need to pass in the headers, and this is going to come from node headers, and we need to pass in request dot headers. So we are going to say if not session, then we can throw an error, throw new unauthorized exception. I'll say unauthorized please sign in, and then we need to attach the user. So let's say user is equals to session dot user, and we can also attach the session to the request. Say session, and then we pass in next. So let's fix this TypeScript error. So inside the type, we are going to create express.d.tx. So we are going to add this. Let's import this from. Let's import the get function here, the get auth function. So I'll say import get auth from the lib folder /auth. So now we're going to say declare global namespace express, and we're going to add interface request here. So now we're going to set user is going to be auth session user. So now we can hover this now. We can see express request user for session, and we're going to pass in auth session. So if I hover over this, so this is showing express request session. So this is wrong. So I think the problem is coming from here. So let me put it straight. And now if I hover over this now, we can see session and user. Then if I hover over session, we have the type of session and then user ID. Likewise, if I hover over user, we can see the ID created as email verification name and image. So this is working fine. So let's head over back to the alt middleware. And now this is working fine. So we are done with this. So let's go ahead and we're going to go ahead and work on the models. So we're going to work on the listing, order, and product and template model. So let's go ahead and implement that. So let's work on the models. So before we work on the product models, I want us to look at how the app we're going to implement the app. So I'm going to open the diagram I have here. So this is how the app is going to look like. So we are going to have the templates. So you're going to have the t-shirt templates and the hoodie templates. And these templates, we have the transparent mockup for both the t-shirt and the hoodie. So these are the transparent, we can see them here. And these are tied to the template. Then we are going to have the colors. So these colors, we're going to call them product colors. We can call them template colors. So these colors, we have the markup for each of the colors. So if we have a blue color object or data in the database, in the product color table, we are going to have the markup too for it. Likewise, the hoodie. So we are going to also have the display product, or can call it display sample. So these are just to make, these are sections that is going to be implemented on the front end. So the front end has like a showcase of the t-shirts and the hoodie, like this example I have here. So this session we're going to create this as product, and I'm going to provide all of these images. We're going to seed into the database. Likewise, these two. So the only difference between this and this, we are going to add a field called templates to true. Why this is going to have templates to false. Then this is going to be like you can see we have starter essentials. This is section we're going to call it catalog. So these two here, we're going to attach this image and this image, the display image to the templates so that so when you click on this product, we are going to fetch the t-shirt template. If you click on this hoodie, we're going to fetch the hoodie template. If you click on this t-shirt again, you're going to also fetch the t-shirt template. Likewise, the same for this section. So that is how we are going to. So all of them are under a model we are going to call product. So if you don't want to do it like this, you can separate them. You can separate this to a template table or template model, and this sample product to a different model while referencing each of these products to a particular to a particular template. I just wanted to reduce the number of models we're going to create. So let's go ahead and create the product models. So we are going to go into models and let's create products dot model dot tx. So let's import mongoose here, document and schema. Now we need to define the product type or the template type. So when I mean by product type, I mean the template itself. So I'm going to say enum. So let's do export enum product type, and then we're going to pass in the types. We have t-shirts is equals to t-shirt, and then we're going to, and also the sizes we're going to have. So then below here we're going to define the sessions. So like I mentioned there, we in the display products sample, the sample products, we are going to add session, the catalog and the features. So I'm going to say enum session catalog and featured. So let's implement the type here. So I'll say export interface product document is going to be extend from document. So now we're going to pass in the type. We're going to say product type, and we're going to also pass in templates boolean. So I combine both of them together inside one module. So we're going to also pass in the section. I'm going to pass in section. Now we need the name of the product, the body after a string, and we also have the display URL string. So now for only the template, I say only template. I want only the template to have the base price. So this is going to be an optional, and also the base URL. So this is basically the template URL, but I'm calling it base URL. So let me just say templates can also be called templates, transparent template URL, temp URL. So image, or let's do mockup. So we're going to also pass in the sizes. So I'm going to add sizes to only the template. So I'm going to say type of size option. Then we need to also add a printable area. So if you go into the diagram, and if I scroll down here to the entire application, so I will zoom in here. So if I zoom here, we can see the printable area where we have this borderline. So this is the printable area. So the hoodie has a different printable area, and the t-shirt also has a different printable area. So we are going to add that too. So this is basically for the template. So let's go back to the product model, and then I'm going to add in the printable. So I'll say export interface. Sorry, export interface, and I'm going to call this print able area, and I'm going to pass in the top left width and height, and then let's also pass it here. Say printable area. So this is going to be optional because it's only going to be for the template. So I'm going to say printable area. So now let's pass in created ads of type date and updated ads updated at is also of type dates. So let's create a schema. So constant product schema is equals to new mongoose the schema, sorry, the schema, and then let's pass in the product document, and let's open this. So we're going to pass in a type which is of type string, and we're going to pass in the inner which is product type t-shirt and hoodie. Then we're going to pass in required to true. So every product must have a type. So must have either t-shirt or hoodie. So we're going to also pass in templates, and this is going to be type boolean, and default is going to be false. So let me change this to comma. Okay, sorry, I made a mistake. This should be uppercase. Yeah. So let's also add session. This is going to be of type string, and let me add I'll just pass in the size option here. So not size, let me just pass in session. Okay, session. We can also pass in the product type directly. So let's set default here. So I'm going to set default to session dot catalog. So the catalog is for the template. I'm going to use that section for the template. So I'm going to also pass a name, type string, and we're going to also say required true. So I've placed the remaining parts. We have the body, display URL, base price. Because it's optional, we're setting to undefined, default to undefined. Then we're passing the size, which is type string, the base URL, which is also known as the template transparent mockup URL. So, and then we have the printable. So I'll just add it here. I'll just say only um only needed for template. So size, printable area, and then let's add in the timestamp to true. So yeah, we're going to return products, which is going to be equals to mongoose dot model, and let's pass in the type, which is product document, and let's pass in the name of the name of the model. So I'm going to say product, and let's pass in the schema, product schema, and let's say export default products. So like this. So we are going to go ahead and work on the product. So let's create a product color file. So I'm going to say product color dot model dot tx. And there, let's import mongoose and also import document. So let's let's write the type export interface. So product color, which you can also call it as template color because it's only going to contain the templates. It's only called the colors are for the templates. So I'm going to just call it product color. I say document, then extend from document, and let me say can also be called templates colors. So we're going to pass in a template ID, and this is going to be mongoose.schema dot type dot object ID. And then we're going to have the name, the color, the mockup URL, the created as and updated as. So let's implement the schema. So say constant and product schema, product color schema is equals to new mongoose dot schema, and let's pass in a type product color document. Then let's pass in the templates ID, and this is going to be we're going to reference the products, the product model, the product schema. So let's also pass in the type, which is going to be mongoose dot schema dot types dot object ID, and we're going to set this to require true. So let's also pass in the name, type string, and also required true. So we're going to also pass in the colors, the color, and this is also going to be a type of string and required true. And lastly, we're going to have the mockup URL for each colors. So we're going to set type string and require true. So let's also add the timestamp and set it to true. So I'm going to say constant product color is equals to mongoose the model, passing it the type. So I'll say product color document, and we're going to give this product color. Sorry. And we're going to pass in the product color schema. And let's export this. Export default product color. So we are done with this. So we are going to create the next model, which is the listing model. So I'm going to create a file, so listing dot model dot tx. So let's import mongoose, and then let's write export interface. So listing document extend from documents. So let me import documents. And here we're going to pass in the user ID. Since we're using beta auth, we're going to set it as string. And we're going to also pass in the template ID. And this is going to be mongoose.schema.types.object ID. We are going to also generate a slug for the listing. So on the customer end, we can use this slug to fetch the listing. So we're not going to expose the listing ID. So I'm going to set string, and we're going to give this a title. So title of the listing, then description, which is going to be string. Then we're going to also have the selling price the user passed, which is going to be greater than the base price or the same as the base price. So I'm going to set it to number. And we're going to also pass in the color IDs the user select, and which is going to reference the product color. So I'm going to say schema dot types dot object ID, and it's an array. Artwork placement. So we're going to pass in the top left width height, and then we're going to also pass in display width used on the client side. So with this display width, we can use it to calculate the positioning of the artwork on the t-shirt or on the hoodie or t-shirt. So we have the type already. Let's work on the schema. So we're going to, let me scroll down, say constant listing schema is equals to new mongoose dot schema, and let's pass in it the listing documents, and then we're going to pass in the user ID, and this is going to be of type string, and it's going to be required true. So we are going to also we're going to pass in the template ID, and this is going to reference the product. So let me pass in the type here, which is mongoose dot schema dot types dot object ID, and this is also going to be required. It says to require true. Then we are going to pass in the colors or the color IDs. So this is going to let me set this to a list, and we're going to pass in type to mongoose dot schema dot types dot object ID, and reference the color ID, so the product color. And below here we are going to also pass in this log. So we're going to generate it on this model. So let's just pass in the type string, and then we're going to set this to unique to true. Now we need to pass in the title. This is going to be of type string, and then we're going to set this to required to true. Then below here, we're going to pass in description and the type description, art placement, and also okay, we forgot the artwork URL that should be sent from the client side from the front end. So I'll say artwork URL, and let's set it to type string. So now let's do that here. So I'm going to just pass all of them here: the title, description, selling price, artwork URL, and also the placement. So here we're going to then we're going to pass the timestamp. We're going to set it to true. So now we are going to generate when the client side save or send the payload for the listing. Before we add it to the database, we need to generate this log. So we've already installed a package. So if I go to package.json, you can see we've already installed Stockify. So we're going to be using this package. So let me import it here. Then I'm going to scroll down. So yeah, I will say listing schema dot pre-save. So it's a save. And then we're going to say function next. And let's return. Let's say if this dot is new, then we're going to say this dot log is going to be equals to slogify. Sorry. And we're going to pass in the title. Then we're going to set this to lowercase, lower to true, and straight to true. Then we are going to say plus, and let's add hyphen here, and we're going to say plus date dot now. And then below here, we're going to pass in the next function. Now we are going to say constant listing is equals to mongoose dot model. Let's pass in the listing document, and let's give this a name, listing. And then let's pass in the schema, and we're going to say export default listing. So we are done with this. So we're going to go ahead and create the next model, which is actually the last model. So we're going to create the other model. Say other model dot cx. So let's import mongoose and also the document. So below here, we are going to define the types export interface, and we're going to say other documents, and we're going to extend from documents. So we're going to pass in the listing ID, which is going to be of type mongoose.schema.type.object ID. So we're going to also pass in the selected color ID. So we're going to say mongoose.schema, schema.types.object ID. Then we need to pass in the size, the user, the client select. So we are going to say type of, and let's import the size option. So this should be lowercase. size option. Then I will need to get the customer name, which is of type string, the customer email, which is also of type string, and then we are going to also get the amount, say amount, which is going to be number, and we're going to say is paid, which is going to be boolean, and then we need to have the status, and we're going to create a status here. Say export in other status, and we're going to have the pending field, awaiting shipment, shipped and fulfilled. So we're going to pass that here. I say other status. Then we're going to also have the shipment address or the shipping address. Sorry. So we're going to get the customer, street, city, postal code, country. So basically, and we can also have the phone number, then something like this, and the created at and updated at. So now let's create the schema. So say constant order schema is equals to new mongoose dot schema, and let's pass in the other documents. So listing ID, I'm going to set the type to mongoose dot schema dot types dot object ID, and we're going to reference the listing the listing schema. Then we're going to set it to required true. So below here we are going to also pass the color ID, and this too is going to have the type of mongoose dot schema dot types dot object ID, and reference the product color, and let's set required to true. So we're going to also pass in the size, set type to string, and enum to size underscore option. Let's add required to true here. So we're going to also pass the customer name, type string, and this is also going to have required to true. So we're going to also have the other ones. I'm just going to quickly paste it. So email, amount is paid, status, and then the shipment address. Then we are going to have the timestamp true. Then below here we are going to export order, and then we are going to let me say constant, say export default order. So we are done with it. So we are going to go ahead and seed the products and also the product colors inside the DB. So we're going to work on the script to seed the product into the DB and the product color. So I'm going to create the file. I'm going to say seed products So my call just products. Let's just call it products.tx, and another file we are going to call seed products color.tx. So let me change this to template color, not products. So this is only going to be for the template. So now in order to see these products, we need to upload the files. So I've already uploaded the files. To get the files, you can see I'm going to add it in the GitHub inside the asset folder. So inside the asset folder, we have the transparent t-shirt and the transparent hoodie. Like I mentioned, that we are going to have this for the client side for a front end. When designing, they are going to use this to display there. Likewise for the hoodie. Then for each color, for each t-shirt, we are going to have color. And each color will have its own markup. So if I open this, we can see I have a t-shirt dark green, t-shirt dark green, markup, medium blue, and pink with white. So we are going to add this exact same color to the DB for t-shirt. Then for hoodie, we are going to also have a color. These are the mockup, and the exact same color we are going to have. Then, like I mentioned in this diagram, let me open my diagram. Yeah, we can see we have the so I called here and catalog, and they're featured. So we are going to have the images for this and also the images for this, and that is what I have added here. Inside the assets folder, we can see featured. So featured is going to have all of these um, images. So you can upload them to Cloudinary, because we are going to be using Cloudinary. Then likewise the catalog. So these are the three images. So I've uploaded them. I'm going to add them to the seed products.tx, so you can copy it if you want. So let's implement this. So I'm going to first of all have um, the t-shirt template URL or transparent URL, or whichever you want to call it. So I'm going to say t-shirts underscore templates URL, template image URL. So this is going to be equals to the um, transparent image. So I've uploaded them to Cloudinary. So I'm going to paste all of them now. So I've added the URL. We can see the URL. Maybe I should change this to t-shirt transparent and transparent image URL. Likewise, here I will also change this to transparent image URL. Then we have the transparent for the t-shirts and also the hoodie. So these are the images I've uploaded. Then we have the printable area. The top is for t-shirt. We're going to have top to 1177, top 216 with 247, and height 329. So the t-shirt height is larger than the hoodie because of the size. The center, the printable area, the height for t-shirt is longer than the hoodie. So that is the reason why we have the height is greater than the hoodie. So we can see the hoodie printable area. Now we have the products. Let me copy this. So for this product, we are going to have the type. So I've imported the product type from the model, which we have here. So the product type and also the session and the size option. So this is going to be the template, and we can see I have template to choose. So I assign it to a catalog. I assign it to the catalog section, since we're going to display these products on the client side and the home screen. So I've added it here. So if you want to separate templates from products, you can go ahead and create a different model and set and create templates there, and then use it as a foreign key inside the products table. So we have the name, body, the base price. So base price is set for only templates. The sizes, the base URL. So this is a template URL. Then the display URL. So this exactly is, I'm using this image here. Since I've set it to the catalog section, so I'm using this image here. I'm using the t-shirt image. So I'm using this image. So we also have the printable area. Now for the hoodie, so let me copy this. So pass it here. So now for the hoodie, we have the template section name. So I think we inside the model we have the body too. Yeah. So we have the body base price size and the base URL and the templates display URL. So this is display for the catalog. So I'm using this image for that. So now we are going to, so these are the two templates we have. Now these other ones are just the display product or sample that will be shown on the home screen. For once click, we are going to always fetch any of these two, the t-shirt or hoodie, based on using the type that is set to the product. So you see the product has the type, which is t-shirt, and template here is false. It's under the catalog section. That's the name, and it also has its own display URL, but does not have the price, size, and base URL since it's not a template. So we have for the featured. So the featured product is this images here. So exactly that's what we're going to have there. So now let's go ahead and work on the script. So we can just head over to the GitHub. It's going to be in the description, and copy all of this. So now we have the product. So let me collapse this. So we're going to write the script. So say constant seed product is equals to async. So we're going to have try catch here. So let's also import the .env and also the connection, database connection. So I'm going to connect to database function, sorry. Then we are going to use that here. I'll say await connect database. And then now we're going to first of all delete all the products. I said delete products. Sorry, product. Let's import product model dot delete many like this. And then we can just say console.log. We can just say cleared, and then we say deleted dots and delete counts. We say existing products. Then now we're going to insert the product. So let me do that here. We say constant and created is equals to await product dot insert many, and we're going to pass in the product. Now we can say console and dot log. I'll just say seeded, and the product name is a product that is created length, and then we say products. Yeah. Then we need to also console.log so we can get the ID of the templates since we are going to use that for the colors. So I'm going to say sorry, I'm going to say, so let me remove this. Created the for each. So I'll say products. Let's let me just use um PR. So we're going to console .log. I'm going to console.log the ID. So let's see, um, products.id. So underscore ID, and we can just set. You can also console the name dot name. So So once that is done, we can also console. Then we can console the error. I'll say console.log error error cd products, and then we need to exist process.exist one. Now we can just copy this and then paste it here. So now we're going to run this file. So once we run the file, then we're going to write the script for the color. So let me open my terminal. So we're going to write this command. So it's a seed, I think it's seed products.tx. So npstx src script seed products.tx. So let me click on enter and let's see. So yes, so let's see. Let's wait for this to run. So, so I notice where the error is coming from. So I'm going to clear my terminal. So the problem is coming from I'm using seed products instead of seed products. I'm using seed products instead of product without X. So I'm going to run this now. So let me cd out of this, and then I'm going to run. Let me run this again. So I'm going to remove the S, and then let's run this again. So let's wait. So let's wait. You can see if the database is going to connect. We have the .env already added to the script. So now we have the database is connected, and now we can see that it has added those products to the database. We have this here. We have the t-shirts and um the clients. Sorry, the t-shirt and the hoodie. So we are going to copy this ID for these two, since this two is a template. And to confirm that, we can go into our MongoDB database. Let me open this. So now we're going to Printify, and then I'm going to click on products, then documents, and this should fetch all the products. So we can see template is true, the ID end with 3D, and this is it, and the color end with 3M3E. So both of them. So let's go and work on the other scripts, which is a template color. So I'm just going to paste the IDs here. So let me remove this. This should be hoodie ID, templates ID, and let me wrap this with a quote. Likewise, this. So let me also do the same thing for these two. Yeah, I'm going to say constant t-shirts templates underscore ID. So we need to also let's import the .env and also the connect database function. So I'm going to say constant colors is equals to, so you can copy this from the GitHub. I've already uploaded all um the t-shirts and hoodie colored images, the mockup images. So I'm going to paste it here. So I've added it now. You can see the template ID, which is it falls under the t-shirt. So I've passed in the ID, name of the color, and the actual color, then the mockup URL. So this is for a white t-shirt. Then we have the very gray, very dark gray t-shirt, medium blue, light pink, and then dark green. Now we have the hoodie color. We have the hoodie template ID, name, color, mockup URL, and like this. So I'm going to just collapse this and let's also write the script. So I'll say constant seed colors is equals to async, and let's have try catch here. I'll say await connect database, and we're going to also delete. So it says equals to await product color. Let's import this model dot delete many. Okay. Now we can then say constant created is equals to await product color dot insert many, and let's pass in the colors, and then we can just console log. I will just say uh added the colors, just pass in the created dot length. So we're going to also say constant, so we console.log and say error occurred as seeding colors, and let's just pass in the error, and then we can say process dot s is say one, and then we can call this function there. Now we have everything, so we can run this inside DB. So I'm going to cancel this. I think we need to also, I mean, so let me change this to, I think it's templates color. We're not making a mistake. Templates color, template, see templates color. So I'm going to run this now. So let me make sure everything is correct, and then I'm going to click on enter. Now this should connect to the database, and then it's going to seed the colors into the DB. So we are waiting for it. So we have database connected. Now it's added colors 10. So I think let me cancel this. Let's check the MongoDB. So I'm going to reload. We can't see, there's no product color here. So let me see. There's no reload here. Okay, so I just had, all I did was to refresh this, and then I was able to see the product color. So let's see. Now we can see the product colors. And if I click on it, so let's wait. Now we can see the template, the colors, and the mockup URL, all those for the hoodie and t-shirt. So let me Let me cancel this. So that is it. So we are going to go ahead and start working on the listing endpoints, a controller and service. So before we work on the listing endpoint, let's work on the product endpoint. So we're going to fetch this product for the home screen in the client side. So inside the controller, let's create our file. So we're going to say product.controller.txt. And then inside here, we're going to export constant get products. So we're going to say get products controller, and we're going to use the async handler. So I'm going to pass in async here, and we need to pass in the request. So let's import request from Express. And also the response from Express. Sorry, response. And then we're going to just return this. So now we are going to create the service. So we're going to call this products, await get products service. And let's go ahead and create this. So let's just quickly return response.status. We're going to say HTTP status dot OK, and this is going to be .json message products um fetch successfully, and then we can pass in the products here. So let's go ahead and create this function. So we're going to go into the service, and let's create products dot service dot tx, and let's say export constant get product service async. So we're going to say constant product is going to be equals to await product. Let's import the product model dot find dot lane. So let's return. Okay. So let's return the catalog. This is going to be equals to products the filter products, and let's say products the section is equals to catalog like this. And then we are going to say feature is going to be the same thing. So I'll just copy this, and I'm going to paste it here. So this is wrong. And why this is going to be featured. And the error should stop here. So we can go into the controller and let's import the service. And now we can create the route. So I'll go into the route, and let's create index.tx, and let's also create products.tx here. Then I'm going to say constant product router, or product route is equals to router. Let's import that from Express. We're going to say .use, and we're going to pass in the required auth middleware, and we're going to say .get. I'm going to say /all, and then let's pass in the controller. We say get product controller, and let's export this. Export default product route, and then inside the index.tx, we are going to also import router. So let me import it, router from Express, and we're going to say router dot use /product, and then we're going to pass in product route, and the error should stop, so we can use this inside the index.tx. So I'll do that below here. We say app.use /API, and let's say routes. So let's import it here. Let's say import routes from routes. Okay, I think I didn't export this, so let me go back into routes index, and let's say export default router, and the error should stop. So I'll just pass in the route here, and the error should stop. So we can run the server. So say npm run dev. So let's wait for this to run. So the database is connected. Now let's test this. So I'll go into the HTTP folder I have here. So previously in the auth.htp, we had an error when trying to create an account. So I noticed we needed to add in the origin here, and that is why this was failing. So this should work with the origin. Now I can go into product now. Let's test this out. So this is the endpoint to fetch all products. So I'll click on this play button here, and now this is okay. It's unauthorized. So let's try and sign in. So let me go into auth.http, and let me click on sign in. So let me click here. So yeah, I still having this issue again. So let me check my database first. Okay, we still having this error of property name in position again. So we're having it here. So what I did was to head over to this, just copy to the documentation, and just copy this exact same way and paste it inside the code. So inside the HTTP file. So let me try it out and see. I'll click on this play button. And we can see that it went through. So I don't know why it was failing, but it's working now. So we can test our product. So I'm going to product.tx. So product.htp, and I'm going to click on this. And now we can see all the products. We can see catalog, and then we can see the featured products here. So everything is working fine. So now let's go ahead and work on the product endpoint to fetch the endpoint to fetch a single product. So what we are going to do, no matter the ID, no matter the ID we have here for any product, for each product, once we pass in this ID to the client side, passing this ID, we are going to use the type of this product. If it's t-shirts, we are going to return the templates, the t-shirt templates. So basically that's how I'm going to do it. So let's just go ahead and implement that. So I'm going to close all of this. Then inside this, let's go into the controller. Then I'm going to say export. So let me just copy what we have here. And instead of product, I'll just say by ID. And then we're going to also change this to by ID. And then here we're going to just get the data. And we're going to just destructure the data here. So let's go um into the product service. And then let's say export constant get products by ID service. So I forgot we need to pass in the param. So let me go back to the product controller and let me just import this. So we need to get in the ID from the param. So I'll say is equals to request the param, and then we can pass in the ID. Let me fix this. Okay, so let's just go back into the product service and let's get the ID and set it to string. So let's have try catch here. So I'll throw new internal server internal server exception, and then inside here, so let's find the product by the ID we passed. So I'm going to say constant selected product. So this is going to be equals to await, and let's import the product model product dot find by ID. So we are going to find the product by ID. ID, and then we are going to say if selected product, if there's a selected product, we're going to throw a not found exception. Then we are going to say constant, going to get the template to say templates. Let me increase the space here. So template is going to be equal to selected product. So selected product dot template. So if this is true, we are going to return the selected products. Else, we are going to then fetch the products where the template, sorry, the selected type is equals to the template type. So I'm going to say await product dot find one, and we're going to say type matches the selected product type dot type, and then we're going to make sure this has templates to true. So let me add comma here. Then I'm going to say .len. So we are going to then say if not templates, then we can throw an error. So throw not found error, not found exception. So I'm going to say editor templates not found. So now we have the template. We need to fetch the colors for that template. So we're going to say constant colors is equals to await product color. So let's import the model product color. The find. So we're going to find the template ID. The template ID matches template dot underscore ID. Then we are going to return templates and the colors like this. So that is it. So let's go into the controllers and let's import it. So this is ID. So let me check here of type string, and let me say params, then constant ID is equals to params dot ID as string. So I think we can use sort to validate the ID, but we're going to do that. So let's just go ahead and test this thing. So my server should be running. So I'm going to wait for my database for the database to connect. The database is connected and the server is running. So we can go ahead and test this. Okay, we've not added this to the route. So let's go into products route, and there we are going to say dot get, and this should be by ID. And let's import the controller get product by ID. So let me pass it here and let's import it. So now we can test this out. So let me wait for the server to run and database to connect. Then we should go ahead and test it out. So once we test it, we are going to add the validation for the ID. We're going to be using Zod. So let me wait. So okay, now database is connected. Now let's go into the HTTPS, and then let me go back to product.http. And now what I'm going to do, sorry, let me close this. I'm going to run this. So now we can see that we have the product. So I'm going to try and pick any product. Let me pick this that has template first. Then I'm going to, let me drag this out, then paste it here. Then I'm going to click on send, and this is running. So now it has fetched the product. We can see product fetch, and this is the template. Why this is the colors for the t-shirt template. So it is working fine. So this template, we can see it has the base price, the base URL, the printable area. This is exactly what the front end of the client side is going to use on the editor. So that is it. So also I wanted to show you guys the HTTP hack. So you can come over here and see and the sessions. We can also see the we can see the key. Remember we chained this to use 25 session token, and you can see the key. You can see the key here, and this is I think okay. These are the history, and then so basically this is what I wanted to show the sections. So now we can go ahead and implement the validation. So let's create a product validator here. So say product dot validator dot cx, and let me close all this. So inside here we're going to import Zod. So we've already installed Zod. So I'm going to say export constant. Export constant. We can say product ID. Product ID schema is equals to Zod object. So I'll say ID, and this is going to be of type string, and then we're going to say minimum 1, and we're going to say product ID is required. So we can use this the inside the controller, product controller. Yeah. So we're going to say constant params is going to be equals to, we're going to paste the product ID schema, and let me import this dot pairs, and let's pass in the request dot param, and with this we can get the ID. Sorry. Okay, we can get the ID now, and let me remove this. Now you can see that the ID has the type string. No more manually adding the string and type to the ID. But we also need to handle the catch the sort error. So once an error occurs, what is going to throw an error? So we can handle that inside the error handler in the middleware. So this is going to help us to handle validation. So I'm going to import sort here. And I think I'm going to import sort from sort. We're going to import sort error. So I'm going to write a function here, paste the function. So it's a simple function here. Let me just import the response and also the error code. So this is just to format the sort error. So sort is going to give us the error, and then the error we have issues. So we're going to map the issues, and then we're going to have the field and the message. Then we're going to return the response. We're going to have the errors pass the errors here and the error code, which is equals to validation error. So below here, we can just do it. Let me do it here. I'll just say if error instance of Zod error, and then we can just say format Zod error, and let's pass in the, we're going to pass in the error, and okay, we're going to pass in response and the error. So that is it. So we are going to test this validation later on, but for now, let's go ahead and then work on the listing. So we're going to also have validation for the create listing. So let's go ahead and work on that. Let's work on the listing endpoint. So we're going to first of all create the listing controller. So I'm going to go into my controller folder and let's create a listing.controller.tx, and there we need to import express, and let's export constant create listing and the listing controller, and this is going to be equals to async. So let's import the async handler, and we're going to add the request, which is of type request from express, and we have response. So I'm going to return this. So we need to get the user ID. So the user ID is going to come from request.user.id. So we can just get underscore ID here. I think this is, oh, let me use this. So let's just use ID directly like this. So it is working. So we're going to say constant body is equals to, so we're going to create the validation. So I'm going to call it create listing valid let's do create listing schema. And this is going to use sort. So I'm going to say PS, and we're going to pass in the request.body. So let's go ahead and create the validation, the validator. So I'm going to create the file. So I'm going to say listing the validator. Sorry, listing the validator dot tx. So let's import sort, and then we're going to say export constant create listing schema. This is going to be equals to sort.object. So for this, we're going to pass in template ID, and this is going to be source string dot trim dot minimum one. So we're going to also get the title, description, selling price, colors. So I'm just going to paste everything here. So we have the artwork URL, the artwork placement, top left width, height, and the ref display ID, display width, and then the type. So we can use this create listing schema inside the listing controller. So let's import it. And we're going to pass this to the service. So I'll say data is equals to create listing service. And we're going to pass in the user ID and also the body. So let's work on the service. Let's just return this. It's a response dot status http status dot created dot json, and we can pass message to listing sorry listing created successfully, and we can just pass in the data like this. So let's go to the service and let's create the listing service. So inside the service, we are going to say listing dot service dot tx, and then we can say export constants create listing service, and let's just return. So here we're going to pass in the user ID, which is of type string, and then we're going to also pass in data, which is going to be of type. So let's go into the listing validator, copy this, and let's pass it here. Let's import it here. So let's have try cache here, and we're going to say constant templates. So this is going to be equals to await products dot find we're going to find by ID since we are passing the, so let me add the async here. And let's import products. So we're going to pass in data the templates ID. So we find by ID. And the error should stop. Then we're going to say if templates. So if not templates, we can throw an error. So throw new, not found exception. So templates not found. So we're going to make sure the price, the template price dot base price, the base price. Sorry, I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to say if not base price, then we're going to try and throw the error to, let's throw error. Let's say, we can call this bad request exception. And let's say this is, we can say products not templates. And then we also need to check if this is a template. So I'm going to do that here. I'm going to say if templates dot templates. So if not template dot templates, so this is going to be product is not template. And then we can say base price, product base price. Okay, let me change this to invalid template. Yeah, product is not template is okay. Then this should be so I'm going to leave both of them like this. So, or we can add them inside, we can use them inside inside one if block. But I'm going to leave it like this. So I'll say if data dot selling price is less than templates dot base price, then we can show an error. So I'm going to say bad request. I'll say selling price must be at least, and then I'm going to just pass in the templates dot base price. Then we need to upload the artwork. So we need to upload the artwork. So we're going to do that now. We're going to do that. Let's complete the service. I'll say upload the artwork to. So we're going to be using Cloudinary. So, but first let me say constant listing is equals to await listing. So let's import this model to create, and we pass in the user ID and templates ID. This is going to be data.templates ID, and we pass in the title data.title, also description. This is going to be data.description. Then selling price is going to be data.selling price. Then color ID color IDs, and this is going to be data the color IDs. Then we're going to have the artwork. So the artwork URL for now, I'm going to leave it as empty string. So we're going to pass in the Cloudinary URL. So let's implement this first. Then we're going to go ahead and get and add the Cloudinary. So we are going to also add in the artwork placement, and then it's going to be data dot artwork placement, and then we're going to return listing. So let's also throw new internal server exception. I'll just say internal error. So let's go ahead and configure Cloudinary. So we're going to so let me import this first. So we're going to go into config and let's create cloudinary.config.tx. So inside the package.json, let's confirm if we've installed Cloudinary. So we install Cloudinary. So we're going to use this package. And let's first of all head over to, let's go into env. And I'm going to add this here. So we need the Cloudinary name, Cloudinary API key, and secret. Then inside the env config, we are going to also get. So with this, we can go into the Cloudinary config. Now let's configure Cloudinary. So let's import v2 as Cloudinary from Cloudinary, and then we can say Cloudinary dot config, and let's pass in the cloud name, which is going to be env. So let's import env the Cloudinary name, and then the API key, which is going to be env dot Cloudinary API key, and lastly API secret, and this is going to be env dot Cloudinary API secrets, and then we can just export default Cloudinary like this. So let's go ahead and get the API key and the secret. So let's head over to the browser. So we can go over to Cloudinary. So log into your account, and then once you log in, then we can copy the cloud name. So I'm going to copy this cloud name and add it to my EM. And to get the API key, we can head over to settings, and this is going to look, and then click on the API key, and let's quickly create an API key. So generate an API key. So this is going to ask us to add the code sent to our email. So I'm going to quickly get it. So I've gotten the email code, confirmation code. So I'm going to click on approve, and then we can copy the API key. So I'll copy this, and I'm going to also copy the API secret. So I've already pasted both of them, the cloud name, API key, and API secret. So just add them, and let's head over to the listing service. Now we can use it to upload the artwork. So I'm going to say constant uploaded is equals to await, and let's import Cloudinary dot uploader, and then we are going to say upload. We are going to pass in data dot artwork URL, and then we're going to point to the folder. So I'm going to give it AI, let's say printify iPhone AI. Then I'm going to say slash artwork, something like this. And then we just say resource type image. So now we can use this here. We just say uploaded dot secure URL like this. So we are done with this. Now we can go ahead and create the let me confirm inside the controller we've passed everything. So let's create the route. So inside the route we're going to create listen dot tx. This should be route dot tx. And let me also change this. And I'm going to just copy this inside here. I'm going to just paste it here. And instead of product route, we're going to change it to listing route. So I'll copy this and replace this. And let's just say create. And I'm going to change this to create listing controller. So let's just remove this. So later on, we are going to remove this required auth. Or let me just quickly remove it. So we're going to have a public listing URL. So we don't want the auth to be we're not going to pass the auth to the URL. So it's best I just add it in the individual route. So let's go into the index.txt. Let me copy this. Inside index.txt, we're going to have router dot use slash. We are going to pass in listing, and let's import the listing route, and let's save it. So let's make sure the server is running. So let me go into my terminal, and okay, my server is not running. So let me cd back into the backend. And I'm going to npm run dev, and let me wait for this server to run. So the server is running and the database is connected. So let's go into the HTTP. So I have the payload already inside my listing.htp. So it's going to be in the GitHub. So I have the template ID. So let me quickly get the to be sure this is a template ID. So let me log in again. So now I'm logged in. So let me go back to products and let's fetch all the products. So now we have the product. I want to make sure this is a template. So I'm going to, okay, this is the first one. So the template here is 3D. This is t-shirt template. So we can copy this, head over to listing, and let's make sure it's the same thing. Then likewise, the colors, we need to add colors. So I'm going to pick white and pink. So let me go into, so I can just fetch this single product, and I can scroll down to where we have colors, and we can see white color. This is the ID. Then I also wanted to pick pink light pink color. Why this is the ID end with 1A. Why the white end with 17. So let's go back into the listing. So now we have the 17 and 1A. So now this is the top left width height and the reference display width, and this is the artwork URL that I've added. So this is going to be exactly how we're going to send it. We're going to send it in base base 64. We're going to send it to the backend, and we're going to upload it to the to Cloudinary. So this artwork here is a artwork that was I got from the um editor. So we're going to implement the front end, and we're going to see how that works. So let's just say my first testing. Yeah, let me say t-shirts listing. So the selling price is greater than the template price. I think so. So let's go ahead and send this. So I'm going to click on this play button. So hopefully this goes through. So I'll click on send, and I think there is an error. Okay, I think I made a mistake. So let me go back into my SRC route, listing route. Yeah, this should be post, not great, not to get. So let me wait for this to run. So the server is running. Now let me go back and click on the listing. So let's click on this again, and we are still getting an error. Okay, let me check this. So this is post on listing. So let me try it again. So let me click on this, and now it's working. So we can see listing created successfully, but we didn't see any response. So let me check inside the service. So that's fine. So we can just check the database instead. So I'm just going to go into MongoDB, and I'm going to click on AI Printify, and we should see the listings. So let's click on this. So we have one item in the document. So let's wait for it. So now we can see the colors. We can see the artwork here. So if I open this now, so let me copy it, and let's head over to the browser. So I'm going to paste it here, and we can see the artwork that was added. We can see the positioning and where the artwork was placed in the placement area. So that's it. So we can go back to the code, and let's work on the endpoint to get all listening. So I'll go, let me clear all of this. So let's go into the controller, and let me copy this, paste it here, and I'm going to change this to get all listing, get user list. So we're going to let's remove this, and I'm going to change this to get user listing service, and this is only going to take the user ID. And then we're going to leave it like this. We're going to say fetch successfully. So let's copy this. Let's head over to the service, listing service, and I'm going to collapse this. I'll say export constant get user service listing service, and this should be async. So we get the user ID here, which is of type string. So let's add try catch here. So we're going to say constant listening is equals to await listen dot find user ID, and then we're going to populate dot populate the template ID, also dot populate the color ID IDs, and then we're going to just sort by created at -1 dot len. So we're going to return the listings. So let's um throw new internal exception internal server. So let's go ahead and import this. So I'll go into listing controller and let's import this. So let's go into, so, okay, sorry, I made a mistake here. This should be sort. And let's go into the route listing.route. And I think I will just say all there. And say get user listing. Let me move this to the top controller. Okay, the error should stop. So now let's make sure the server is running. So let's wait for this. Now the database is connected and the server is running, so we can go ahead and test it. So let's go into the HTTP. So I can collapse this, and then I have the endpoint already added there. So I'm going to click on play, and the game is still failing. So I made a mistake again. So let me go back into the listing. Yeah, this should be good. So let's wait for the server to run. So now it is running. Let's test it. So I'll click on send, and now it does fetch. For some reason, we're not getting the outputs. So I don't know why. So I'm not getting all the listings. So let me confirm the problem. Data, data. So after checking it, I noticed I was not putting await to both of them. Await. So let me make sure the server is running. So the server is running. So let's test it out for the last time. So I'll click on listing and let's click on send. So now we can see the output. So that was the cost. So we can see all the listing we had, which is only one. We can see the colors populated, and likewise the templates too. So this is working. We can also see the slug that was generated. So now we are going to go ahead and work on the endpoint to get listing with them by the slug ID. So this is a public. This is going to be a public endpoint where anyone can access the endpoint. So let's go and create this inside the listing. So I'll go into my controller, and then we're going to quickly duplicate this. So change the name to get listing by slug controller, and then this is not going to have the user ID, so we're just going to let's get it slug, and let's say request dot params, or let's also add validation for this. So I can go into the product dot validator. I'll copy this and then go into listing validator, and let's just add it here. So instead of product, we say slug schema, and then we can just add slug here, and they'll just say slug is required, something like this. So we can copy this, head back to the listing controller, and let's just add this here. So I'm going to import this, the PS, and let's pass in the request param. Now we can get this log now. So inside here we're going to let's also change the service name to get listing by slug service, and this is we're going to pass in the slug. So let's go ahead and create this um service. So let's go into the service, export constant, and this is going to be equal. So let's add async here. Sorry. So let's add try catch here. So we're going to get the let's pass in this log, which is of type string, and there we're going to say constant listing is equals to await listing dot find one, and then we're going to populate the template. Sorry, the template ID. So similar to what we did before, we're going to also populate the color. So color IDs, and let's say name. So we're going to say if not listing, then we can throw new not found exception. Listing not found. And then we are going to so this is the endpoint that's going to be used um that's going to be used by customer. So we need to send the color image. So currently we only save the artwork. So we need a way to merge the mockup with the artwork to position it exactly the same way it is on the design editor. So what we are going to do, we are going to create an endpoint dedicated to fetch this merge mockup and the artwork. So what we are going to do here, we are going to look through the colors and point the URL to that endpoint. We've not created the endpoint yet, but I'm just going to write the parts of the endpoint so that when we fetch it, we're going to see the mockup image URL, but the endpoint does not exist yet. So once we complete this, we're going to go ahead and work on that endpoint. So we can look through the color IDs. So we can add, let me sorry, we're going to say colors is equals to, so listing the color IDs, and we're going to say dot map color, and let's return, we're going to return everything which is inside the color, so just the structure color. Now we need to add the mockup image URL. So this is the mockup for the t-shirt, but with the artwork. So I'll say mockup image, sorry, URL, and this is going to be, we're going to say if color.name exists, then we're going to structure the endpoint. So this endpoint, I'm going to give color.name. So this does not have, name does not exist. Yeah, so let me just wrap this with any. I'll just say as any. Yeah, the error should stop. So if not, we are just going to say no. So we are going to use the, let's go into the env. We are going to point to the base URL of our endpoint localhost 8000. So I'm going to do that here. I'm going to say env dot, so let me import env dot base URL. Now the endpoint, we're going to call this slash API slash listing. So this is going to be under listening and slash mockup. Now we want to give this, we're going to also pass in this log. So this is going to be the listening slug. So with this listening slug, we're going to use it to fetch the listening. And now we need to also pass in the color. So we know the exact mockup we are trying to generate. So since the listing, the color, if we go into the Sage file, into the color, so we don't want to use the color ID. So instead, I wanted us to use the color name. So I think all the color name are unique. So you might want to use ID if you want, but I'm going to use the color name. The color name is unique already. So I'm going to use the color name, but this time I'm going to remove every space. I'm going to replace every space with hyphen like we had here. So I'm going to create a simple function called toSlug. So I'm going to use this function and I'm going to just pass in the color name. So I'm going to say toSlug and let's pass in the color dot name. Then I'm going to below here, I think it's here. So let's say constant templates is equals to listing dot templates ID. So I just say to as any. So I don't want to return all the templates data. I just want to return only what is needed. So I'll say listing. We are going to just structure the listing and let's pass in the ID listing listing dot underscore id. We are going to also pass in the slug, then also the title, description, selling price. Now this is where we're going to add in the template name. So the template name is going to be templates.name, and we're going to also pass in template body. If you want to add this, also templates dot body. So likewise the sizes, also templates dot sizes, and then we're going to replace the templates id to undefined, so it does not exist inside this listing. So I can just move this up here. So templates id, and then we need to pass in the colors. Uh, the colors, the color IDs is going to be these colors. So we're replacing the color IDs from the templates which we have here. So let me fix this. The color IDs, we're going to pass this to the client side with the mockup image URL. So now let's return this. Sorry, let's throw a new internal server, and let me just pass internal server error. So now with this, we can go ahead and test this. So go into the controller and let's import this. So let's go into the service, sorry, the route, listing.route, and there this is not going to have the required auth. So this is going to have slash slug, and let's say get listing, slug controller, and this is a get request. So let's wait for this. Let me wait for my server to run. So my database is connected and server is running. So let's test it out. So it's going to HTTPS listing.http. So to test it, I'm going to click on this and get all of my listing. And I'm going to copy the slug ID or the slug. So I'll copy this and I'm going to replace this with it. Save it, and I'm going to click on this. Now we can see, and each of them has the mockup image URL. So this is just the mockup without the artwork. So I think we made a mistake here. This should have slash here, slash white, and then we can add in the extension. So let's fix it. So let me go into this service. And here, and let's just add an extension JPG like this. So this is okay. So now let's go ahead and work on this endpoint. So I'm going to my controller and let me copy this, paste it here, and then we can say get mockup image URL. So this is going to take in the slug and also the slug and the color name. So I'm going to just pass it here. So we have the request.baron slug and then color name. Now let me also change the service. This is going to be get mockup URL service, and we're going to pass in the slug and also the color name. So we can also add a validation for this. So we're going to do that. I'm going to do that later. Then once we have this, we're going to return this, and we're going to redirect to Cloudinary. So we're going to be using Cloudinary to do the transformation. So we're going to redirect to the URL. So say 301, and then I'm going to we're going to return the URL. Yeah. So this is going to be passed here. So let's go ahead and work on the service. So going into listing service, and let's say export constant, and this is equals to async, and let's just return this. So we're going to pass in the arguments, and here we can get the listing using the slug ID, the slug. So I'll say listing. This is equals to await listing dot find one by slug ID by slug, and then we're going to populate the say dot populate the color ID and also the templates. Templates ID, and then we're going to say if not listing found, then we're going to throw an error not found, not found exception. I'll just say listing not found. Then we need to look through the color. I'll say color is equals to listing dot color ID. So I'm going to set it to as any. So let's wrap this. So we're going to say dot map, and we are going to find, so not dot map, just find. We are going to find the color using a color name. So I'm going to say color, actually yes, color or color ID, whatever you want. And I'm going to convert this color. I'm going to convert the color name using this slug to slug. So I'm going to say color dot name, and this should wrap with to slug, and also the color name being passed say equals to color name dot replace. So if you look at the listing, the get listing by slug, we added .jpg. So we need to remove the .jpg from the color name. So we're going to use replace. We're going to replace .jpg with empty string like this. Then we're going to say if color, sorry, if not color, then we're going to throw an error not found exception. We'll say color, sorry, color not found. Now we can get the templates. We can say templates is equals to listing the template ID as any. Now we also need to get the printable area. This is equals to templates, the printable area. Now we need to get the public ID from the artwork URL. So inside the HTTP from the artwork URL and also the mockup URL which we upload in to Cloudinary. So if I go to the HTTP, sorry, if I go to this, we can look at the, if I scroll down to where we can find the mockup URL or the artwork, you can see this is the Cloudinary URL. So we're going to get a public ID from it. So I'm going to be using a function which I'm going to create. So I'm going to just paste it here. So basically, it's going to split the upload, replace replace the version prefix to empty string, remove any extension, and convert slash to colon. So with this, we can use this to get the artwork public ID and also the mockup public ID. So let's do that here. So I'm going to say constant artwork public ID. This is going to be equals to public get public ID, and then we can pass listing dot artwork URL. So we're going to also do the same thing for mockup public ID is equals to get public ID, then we're going to pass in listing, so not listing color dot mockup and URL. Now we need to get the reference width from the listing artwork placement. So I'm going to say constant. This is equals to listing dot artwork placement. So we can get the, let's get the reference display width. Now we can get the, now we need to get the mockup width. So we can say constant mockup, sorry, mockup width. This is equals to, so by default, if I look at the images I have here, if I go straight to the mockup and pick anyone, let me click on, sorry, not this. Okay, any of these, I think so. Let me just pick anyone. So if you look at the size, you can see that the image is 900 by 900, and I think that's exactly what, if I go to t-shirts, that's exactly the size for t-shirts and hoodies. So they have the same size. So this is important. So we are going to use this inside the service. So we're going to type 900. So if you don't want to use a hard-coded width, you can also use Cloudinary. You can use Cloudinary to get the mockup information. Then you can just do dot width. So I'm just going to use 900 since I know the mockup has a default size 900 by 900. So now with the mockup width, now we can calculate the scale. So I'm going to say constant scale is equals to the mockup width underscore width divided by, we are going to say the reference width, the reference display width. So I'm just going to give it a default value. So I'm going to just say 662. So if there's no reference display width, but by default, I think we enforce the user to pass in, the client to pass in the reference width. So we need to pass in the reference width. So display width, sorry. Then with this, we can then transform this URL, we can merge the mockup and the artwork together. So we're going to use Cloudinary. We say Cloudinary. We can say dot URL, and there we're going to pass in the mockup public ID, and then inside here we can say transformation. Then I'll say overlay. So the artwork is the overlay. We say overlay. Yeah, we need to pass in the artwork public ID. Now we need to add. So let me see. I'm making a mistake. No. So let me see. Okay, now we need to calculate the width. So I'll say width is going to be equals to math dot round. I'll say printable area dot width times scale. So we're going to also do for height. HC. So the same thing, math dot round. And we're going to say printable area dot height times scale. Now we can say crop fits like this. So now we need to position this. So I'll say let's say flags layer underscore apply. So I think I made a mistake. This should be an array. I had the error stop. So we're going to also add gravity. So this is going to be not rex. Then we need to pass in the x, position x. So I'll say math dot round, and we're going to also say printable area dot left times scale. And likewise for the y, we're going to say math dot round printable area dot top scale like this. So we are going to give this. I think after the array, we are going to say format JPG and quality 90. So we can return the URL. So now we are done with this. So we can head over to the controller, listing controller, and here we can pass in the URL. So I also created the schema, validation schema for this. So this is, let me go into, so this is this slug and then class name, I'm sorry, the color name. Then I can also add in a header here for caching. So to cache the request in the user browser. So now we can test this. So let's go into the route inside listing.route. So we're going to have a get route. So I'm going to say get slash mockup slash slug, and then we can say slash color name, and then we can say get mockup um URL control. So let's make sure this route is exactly the same with this. So we have listing, markup, stock, and column. So let's go back into the listing route. So everything is okay. Now let's make sure our server is running. So good. Okay, so I'm going to wait for this database to connect. So we can test this out. So I can go over to HTTP listing. And there, this is the endpoint. So I will need the slug and the column name. So I can click on this thing. I can get the slug and column name from this. So now we have the result. So this is the, let me scroll down and get the slug. So I'll copy this and let me drag this here. And I'm going to replace this with it. And for the color name, we can pick, let me pick anyone here. Let's go with white. So I'm going to just put white, but this time we're going to make this lowercase, and then we're going to add in the JPG here. So because this is exactly how we structure the route, sorry, inside the listing service, mockup, stock, and then the column.jpg. So I'll go back into and the HTTP and let's test it out. So make sure the server is running and let's see. So if I click on send, so now this is going to open. Now we can see the t-shirt is being placed. So the artwork is being placed on top of the in the mockup. So this is great. It's placed in the same position like by the artwork form. So it's looking good. So we can try out with a different color. So I think light pink. So I can change it here. Light pink. Save this and just click on send. Now this should open. And then we can see how it look so good. So that's it for this. So let's go ahead and work on the last endpoints, which is the endpoint to generate the artwork. So let me close this and let's go into the controller and let's create that. And let's create a method here. So I'm going to just copy what I have here and we're going to paste it here. So let's change this to, instead of get, we're going to say generate artwork and controller. Now we need to create the schema. So I'll go into listing schema. Sorry, listing validator. And then we can just copy this. I can paste it here. Just change this to generate schema, generate artwork, so artwork schema, and then this is going to be prompt. So let's copy this and let's head over to the listing controller. And I'm going to replace this with it. And we're going to import this and let's change this to request body. Likewise, we're going to get the prompt. So let me import this. And we're going to change this to generate artwork service. So let me paste it here. And we're going to pass in the user prompt. So yeah, I'm going to remove this and we're going to return a response. So I'll replace this with this. And we're going to get the, let me just leave it like this, artwork URL. And we're going to just pass it here for now. So I'll say artwork generated successfully. So let's quickly create the service. So I'll copy this method and I'll head over to listing service and let's say export constant. This is async and let's get a user prompt which is of type string. And inside the controller, I'm just going to import this. So let's head back to the listing. So say try catch. And we're going to get the listing. Sorry. So we are going to generate the image using the user prompt. So the method we are going to do, we are going to use AI SDK. So we're going to install the AI SDK. So let's quickly install it. So I'm going to paste it. We're going to use the npm install AI 6.0.5. And once that's in, so it has installed, now we're going to import the package. So we're going to import generate text and generate image. So we're going to use the two different model. We're going to use one model like Anthropic or Gemini or OpenAI, whichever one you want to um, generate a prompt. We're going to pass an optimized prompt for generate email or a detailed prompt. We are going to pass the generate image model. So we are going to use that here. I'm going to say constant is equals to await generate text, and we are going to use the Anthropic for this. I'm going to use post 4.5. So currently, passing the model like this directly, since AI SDK is created by VCU, and we are using, I'm going to be using the AI SDK, sorry, the VCU gateway. So you can use Open Router if you want, but since I have, so let's head over to the browser. I have some credits in AI to AI Gateway. So to use Open Router with AI SDK, we can search the AI SDK documentation. Then you can see how to use Open Router with AI SDK. So if you have some credits in Open Router, but since I have some credits, I have credits here because AI generates image model require paid or credits in order to use it. So I'm going to click here to get an API key. Then I'm going to go into it should take me to the API key. Uh, so I can click here to create. I've already created the API key and I have some credit inside here. So I have a little bit of credit and let's go into the models. So we can come over to the models in AI gateway, then click on image, and then we can see all the image models. So we are going to be using this Recraft model, but we're going to be using version 4. So you can use Nano Banana and other models here, but we're going to be using that for the image generation, the artwork generation. So I'm going to head back to the code. So if you want to add this, if you are using the AI gateway, you need to add the AI gateway API key. I need to pass it like this in your env. So just pass it like this, your env. Inside the env config, there's no point adding it here. So let's continue. So we're going to pass in the system prompt. So I'm going to I already have the prompt here, system prompt. So inside the utils, inside my utils, I've created a file where I call prompt.txt and I've pasted the prompt. You can get this from the GitHub. So this prompt is basically telling Anthropic to generate a detailed prompt for generating image. So we're going to pass the prompt, the AI Anthropic generate into the generate image model. So I'm going to copy the system prompt and we're going to pass it here. Now we need to pass in the user prompt, so just say prompt here. And I think the error should stop. Yeah. So we can get the text from this. Now we are going to pass it into the generate, let's say results is equals to generate image. And for the model, we are going to be using the recraft. So the recraft version 4, and we're going to pass in the prompt, which is the text. So I'm going to say text dot trim. Then I'm going to just pass a size, which is required for the recraft model. So now we have this results. Now we can use it to get the image. So to get the image from the results, we're going to get results dot images. Yeah, we're going to get the first index. So I'm going to throw an error if there's no image. So there's no point saving this. So I'm going to throw a new, let's say not, let's call this not found exception. Or let me just leave it as internal server exception. We will just say so okay. You need to put await here. So results images. Okay, the error has stopped. So we're going to just say no image generated. So I'll just change this to not found exception instead. So now we have the image. Now we are going to save this image to Cloudinary. So before we save it to Cloudinary, we need to remove the background. So when the AI generates the artwork, it has a white background. But if you look at the system prompts, I mentioned that the AI should return this in a white background since we don't want the AI to give us any wrong background. So we just want a plain white background. Then we can use RemoveBg to remove this to remove the background. So in order to use RemoveBg, we are going to have to upload this image to Cloudinary so we can get a URL to pass to the RemoveBg endpoint. So we can go to the browser to get the API key for RemoveBg. So let's search for RemoveBg API and click on the documentation. Then this should take you to this page. Then we should see get API key and make sure you are logged in because currently I'm already logged into my account. And you should see API key here. Click to create an API key. Just click like this and copy this. So once you copy this, let's head back to the code, and inside the env I'm going to paste this here, and then also inside the env config.txt you should have the RemoveBg API key here added here. So let's head back to the service. So we're going to let's upload this first. So say upload image is equals to await Cloudinary dot uploader dot upload. So we are going to pass the image.base64 and we're going to prefix this with this. Then we need to save this inside the folder and resource type. So I'm going to paste it here. Now we have the URL. So we're going to sorry, I made a mistake. Paste this here and the error should stop. So now we're going to pass the image from here into the form data. So we're going to say form data is equals to new form data, and let's say form data dot append. underscore URL. And then we're going to pass in the image. You say upload image to secure URL. Now we can also pass in the, I'll just say form data dot append. So I'm going to pass in size, I'll just say auto. Now we need to use fetch to pass the form data into the fetch. So I'm going to paste this with the endpoint. So API RemoveBg version 1.0 RemoveBg, and then we can pass in the API key. So I'm going to import it from the env config. So inside the env config, make sure you pass it there. So now we have this. We are going to say if not bg remover, sorry, that's okay. Then we can just throw an error. So throw new, I'll just say internal server error. I'll say background remover field. So now below here we can say constant buffer. So bg buffer is equals to buffer dot from await bg response dot array buffer. So we're going to use array buffer. Then we can upload the image. We can upload it now. So we can say constant final upload is equals to await Cloudinary dot upload. Sorry, the uploader dot upload. And then we are going to pass it like this. We're going to pass in buffer the string to string base 64. And we can also pass in the folder and resource type image. So now we have the artwork, so we can return this. So we return artwork, artwork URL is final upload dot secure URL. And there we can show a new internal server error. I'll just say failed to generate artwork. Okay, the error stopped. So we can go over to the controller. So listing controller, and then we can get the artwork URL like this. So now let's go. Now let me make sure this is not showing any error. So I think there's an error here. And let's go into the route. So inside the listing route, we are going to, let's quickly create this here. So, okay, let me do it here. So I'll copy this, paste it here. I'll change this to posts. And this should be generate artwork. Then we can pass in the required auth. Then we can say, I think generate artwork URL. Now we have this. So let's make sure our server is running. So let me run my server npm run dev. So let's wait for this to run. So now the database is connected and server is running. Now we can go over to the, let me close this and let's go into HTTP. So I have some prompts I have inside there. So you can get it from the GitHub, and inside the listing the HTTP. So I have the endpoint here, API listing generates artwork, and the prompt. So I've added the prompt. So I'm going to run this now. So let's click on this play button. Okay, I need to quickly sign in. So let me quickly sign in. So I've logged into my account. Let me go back to the listing and let me click on the play button. So this is going to take some while for it to run. So it's currently running. So I'm going to wait for it. So it has generated the artwork. We can copy it and look at it. So I'll go over to the browser. So let me paste it here and click on enter. Now we can see this. We can see the artwork is looking good. I think the RemoveBg would have removed the background. So because this is not added to any text. So this is looking good. So that is it. So we can go over back to the code. And now we are done with the listing endpoint. We are going to go ahead and create the other endpoint and payment. So let's work on the other endpoint. So before we start working on the other endpoint, we need to set up Stripe. So inside the package.json, we've already installed Stripe. You can see the version here, 20.4.1. So make sure you've already installed it. And now we can go over to the, let's go into src config and let's create a file called stripe.config.tx, and we're going to import Stripe. Now we can say export constant stripe clients, and this is going to be equals to new Stripe, and we need to pass in the secret key. So we don't have that yet. Let's head to the code to the browser and let's log into Stripe. So head to Stripe and make sure you sign into your account. So I'm going to place in it. So once you log into your Stripe account, we're going to create a sandbox. So you just come over here and click on, if you see, switch to sandbox. So I have different sandbox. So I think I need to pick any of these. So let me pick 25. You can create a new one if you don't have much account like this. So I'm going to click on 25 and this will take me to the sandbox. So now once you're here, we need to get the API key or secret key. We can copy this from here, or we can go to settings and then click on developers and click on manage API keys. And we can see the secret key here too. So just copy this and let's head back to the code. And inside the env, so inside the env, we are going to have the Stripe secret key and also the Stripe webhook secret. So make sure you pass in the secret key. For the webhook secrets, we're going to get that since we are running this development, we're going to be using Stripe CLI. So we are going to use, and this will give us the Stripe webhook secrets. So once we have this, let's head back. So let's go to the documentation. So just come over to docstripe.com, Stripe CLI install. So you need to install Stripe into your computer. So I've done that. So once you install Stripe, we need to log in. So we are going to do this to get the webhook secrets. So I'll click here to copy this so I can log into Stripe. And let's head back to the code and let's open a new terminal. So once you've installed Stripe, you have to then log in. So I'm going to click on, I'm going to paste Stripe login. And because I already have the CLI, so I'm going to have to copy this. Sorry, I need to log in again. So let me copy this. So this will take me to the browser. or better still, we can use the API or the secret key. So if we go back to the documentation, and we can see below here, so you can use this, or you can use the Stripe login and pass in the API key. Yeah, so we're going to do this method. So let's head back to the code, and let me cancel this. Let me clear my terminal, and I'm going to paste this. So I need to copy the API key, sorry, the secret key. So I'll copy this, open my terminal, and I'm going to paste it here. So I've pasted it. I'm going to click on enter, and it's going to ask me to copy this. I'm going to copy this, and then let's head back to the browser, and I'm going to paste it here. So now it's going to load the Stripe CLI. So because I've connected this account with this account I have with Authenticator app, so I'm going to have to provide the CIS verification digits. So let me quickly provide. So now I've provided the auth. Now it's asking me to allow access. So I'm going to click on allow access, and now access granted. So we can head back to the code, and we can see. So we can run this now. I think. So let's head back to the browser. And the next step we're going to do, we should go into the dashboard, then click on developers here, click on webhook, and I'm going to click on setup local listener, and then I'm going to copy this. So copy this forward event, and let's head back to the code, and let's paste it here. So currently we don't have the webhook. We don't have the webhook endpoint, so let's just keep this for now, and let's quickly implement the app. Then we are going to create the webhook URL. So let's just go back to, so make sure you have both of these, and inside the env.config, so env.config, we need to pass this here. So I'm going to just pass it, the Stripe secret key and the Stripe webhook secret. So save this, and let's go back to the Stripe config.txt. So let's import the env, and we can say dot Stripe secret key, and then we can pass in API version. So let's pass this, and then let me use export default instead. So export default Stripe client. So now we have the Stripe. Now we can go ahead and create the other controller. So let's create the other controller dot controller dot tx. So let's import express, and then we can say export constant. I'll call this create a checkout section, or checkout controller, or let's say create order, or let's change it to create order instead of checkout order. Create order controller. Then we can say async handler, and we say async request of type request, and then response type response. And let's return this. Now we need to write the validation for the create order. If you look at the models inside the order model, we have the listing ID, color ID, size. So this is exactly what the user will pass from the client side. So we need to create the validator for this. So I'll say order the validator dot cx. and I'm going to import Zod from Zod. So I'm going to paste in the validation. So I'm going to paste it here. Now let me change this to type. So we need to also import the size. Let me import the size option from the models, from the product model. So let me import it. And now we can head back to the order controller. Now we can say constant body is equals to, so I think this is create order schema. Create order schema. Let's import it. Dot pass, and we can pass in the request dot body. Now we are going to create the order and also create a checkout session with Stripe, and this is going to give us the checkout URL. So we're going to need the URL back from the service. So we say await create order service, and we're going to pass in the body, and we're going to say return response dot status http status dot OK, and we say dot JSON. Let's pass a message. So message is order created successfully, and we just return the URL. So let's go ahead and create the order session, the order service. So I'll save this. So let me go straight to the service, and let's create order dot service dot tx, and here we can say export constant order service order and create order service async, and let's return this. So we are expecting the data, so I'm going to say data, and let's get the type from let's get a type from order validator. So create order type, and so let me go to the order service.tx, and let's import this. So we can get the remember we passed in the listing ID. So inside the order validator, we can see the listing ID has been passed. We're going to use it to fetch the listing. So we're going to say listing is equals to await dot find, await listing. Let's import it. Dot find by ID, and we can pass in data dot listing ID. So if not listing, let's throw a new not found exception. I'll say listing not found. So now we can create the order. We say order is equals to await order dot create. So let me import order. It's a listing ID data dot listing ID. We need to pass in the color ID. So it's a data dot color ID. We need to also check if this color exists. So I can say if listing dot, so let's first of all do it before the if check. So I'm going to say constant is color, let's say is color valid, then is equals to, we are going to look through the listing the color IDs. So we're going to say listing the color ID sum, then C, which is the color. So I'm going to just say color underscore ID is equals to. So let me check this. Why this is throwing an error? Okay, I think we need to populate this. So I think we need to make this any. So I'm going to say any like this. So the error is going to stop. So I'm going to also change this to string. To string. So now we have this. Now we can say if not is color valid, then we can throw new bad requests exception, and we can say color is invalid. Now let's continue. So we're going to pass in the size, customer email, customer name, amount, which is the selling price, then is paid to first. Then we're going to also import the order status, which is coming from the order models, and then we pass in the shipping address. Now we've created the order, we need to create the session. So the checkout session. So we're going to say session is equals to await, and let's import Stripe client dot checkout, and we say the sessions dot create, and we're going to pass in the mode payment, and let's pass in customer email, which is going to be data dot customer email, and let's pass in the line item, sorry, line item, and this is going to be the price data, say price underscore data, and we're going to say currency USD, and we're going to pass in the products underscore data. This is going to be name. We're going to say listing dot title, and then the units amount, units underscore amount, and this is going to be maths dot round. We are going to convert this to units, so we're going to listing dot selling price. I think this should be this should listing the selling price. Yeah, listing the selling price. So it's a selling price times 100, and then we're going to pass in the quantity, which is 1. Now we have this, we're going to pass in the metadata. So we're going to say metadata. We're going to pass in the order ID, which we're going to use and get from the webhook. So we're going to, I'm going to convert this to order underscore ID as, let's import mongoose dot type, let's say type dot object ID dot to string. So this only accepts string. Then we need to pass in the success URL. It's a success URL. And now since we have the front end inside the env.config, we have the front end origin. We can copy this, and let's say env.frontend origin, and we're going to say thank you. We're going to have a thank you page on the client side, and we're going to pass in the order ID. And this is it. Let's say order underscore ID like this. So let's import the env order underscore ID. Why is it showing an error? Okay, sorry. Order dot underscore ID. Likewise, we're going to have the cancel URL, and this is going to take us back to a listing. So front-end origin, and I'm going to just remove this, and I'm going to say listing slash the listing slug. So I'm going to use listing.log, and there's no params or query params added to it. We can just say error or cancel true. I'll say error true, like this. So this is it. Now we are going to just return the URL. Say return URL session dot URL. So we need to also make sure we say not session dot URL. Then we are going to say let's throw an error internal server exception. We say failed to create order, or let's say checkout session, and we need to remove the order we added. We can say await order the find by ID delete. Let's pass in the order. We say order dot underscore ID, just like this. So now we have this. Now we can go over to the order controller and let's import this. So let's make sure our server is running, and let's create the webhook. So inside the service there's an error. Let's fix the error. So something is wrong here. Okay, I think I know the error. The error is coming from here, so I need to move this out. I think so. Product name, unit, amount, price, quantity. So I need to move quantity out of this. Yeah, the error has stopped. So let's create the Stripe webhook. So we have the controller. Now we can create the webhook. So let's collapse all of this. And inside the SRC, we need to create a folder. Sorry. Let me create a folder here. We say webhook. And the file, we call it stripe.webhook.txt. And there we need to create a function. So I'm going to call the Stripe webhook handler. Then we need to also import the request and response from Express, and also we need to import Stripe. So we are going to get the signature, which is going to come from the headers, and this is going to be Stripe signature, like this. So I'm going to set it like this, and then we're going to say let event which is of type Stripe dot event. So let's have try catch here, and then we're going to say event is equals to Stripe. Let's get import Stripe client dot webhook dot construct event, and we need to pass in the request body, the signature, and also the Stripe web secret. We don't have that yet, so we're going to okay. That's I'm going to just import the Stripe webhook secret, and then we need to let's catch the error. We can say return response to status http status dot badge request dot send webhook error. We can just pass in the error message. I'll say error dot message. So let me just set this to any here. Now we have this, we have the event. We can say try catch, and let's say switch. So we're going to pass in the event type dot type, and Stripe has different event types. So we're going to look for the checkout session. So checkout session completed. Then we can get in the session, which is session is equals to event dot data dot object as stripe dot checkout dot session. So now with this we can use this now. So I'm going to pass this inside a method I'm going to create below it. I'm going to call this handle order checkout completed. And this method we're going to just pass in the session. And let's pass in the break here. So let's create the method below here. So I'll say async function, and let me pass in this, and let's pass in the session with type stripe checkout session. Now I can say constant order ID is going to be equals to session. We are going to get this from the metadata dot order ID. Then we say if not order ID, let's just return like this. So we can just console.log. Let's say console dot log no order ID in session meta and data. So now with this we can just say try catch, and let's say await order. Let's import the order model. Or find ID and update. So we're going to pass in the order ID, and we're going to update the status and is paid to true. So it says status. I'll change this to order status dot awaiting shipment. So now we can let's just console the log so we can see this in the terminal. So we can just say order mark as paid. While here we can just return this and just say console.log error updating order. So we have this. Now we need to track for the second event, only two events we need here. The checkout session expired. So this we're going to know if the order failed or not. So I'm going to say checkout the session. Sorry, I think I made a mistake here. The session expired. we're going to do the same thing. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it here. So instead of order checkout, you can just say we can call this payment field or checkout field, order checkout field. So let's create the method below here. So I'm just going to duplicate this and change the function name to handle checkout field. Then we can just already change this. So the only two things we're changing here is paid for and order status field. So I'm just going to say mark as field, and this is okay. Now I think we are done with the webhook, Stripe webhook. Now we can go ahead and create the route for both the create order and also the webhook. So inside the route, let's create the order first. Let's say order dot route dot tx. So let me just copy what I have here and paste it inside there. So let's change this to order route, and let's say order route here. So we don't need the use auth. I'm going to change this to post, and I'm going to say order slash checkout or order slash. Let's use order slash create, and let's just pass in the create order controller. So now with this, let's pass this inside the index.tx. I'll just say router dot use order, and let's pass in the other routes. So I'm going to import this. Now we have the other endpoint set. So we're not going to combine the webhook with the route we have. So we're going to create a standalone webhook route .tx. So we're going to import the router from Express, and then we're going to say constant webhook route, and this is equals to router, and then sorry, we're going to say dot post. I'm going to say slash stripe slash stripe, and then we are going to have to pass in the Stripe webhook handler, but this time we need the Express. We're going to say Express row, so let's import Express. So let me import Express here. We are going to pass Express row, and we're going to say type application slash JSON. And with this, we can then call async request of type request and response of type response. And let's say await. And now we can import the Stripe webhook handler, and let's pass in the request and response. So let me import the request and the response here. And let's also add in await here. So I think okay, async. So let me add comma here. So now we have this. Now we can say export default webhook route. So for the webhook route, we need to add it in the index.tx, but this time above the express and the JSON. So let me add it here. So app.use, and I'm going to say webhook, and let's pass in the webhook routes. Let's also add, should we add API slash webhook routes? Let's do like this, is okay. So with this now we are done. So we can connect this to the webhook route. So we're going to say localhost 8000 slash API slash webhook slash stripe. So let's make sure everything is correct. API slash webhook, and then inside the webhook route we have stripe. So this is correct. So let's just press enter, and this is going to generate the webhook secrets. Sorry, the webhook, yeah, the webhook secrets. So we can copy, let's copy it to this, and then once you copy this, let's head to our env, and we're going to paste it here. So let's make sure everything's working. So let me go back into the Stripe webhook. So I forgot to pass in complete it. So we didn't pass in the cache and also the return. So let's pass in the return. So return status 200 JSON received true. Then we can also pass in the 500 here. So let's pass in 500, or we can use the HTTP we had, HTTP status dot internal server. Also here I can say HTTP status dot 200, which is I think okay. And I think that is all. Sorry, this should not be received through. This should be let me remove this. Okay. Send. It should be similar to what we have here. Send webhook. So I'll copy this like this. So let me set this to, and so I think everything is okay. Now we can go ahead and test this. So let me go into the HTTPS order, and I heard they have some text data here, so I can text. So let me click on play. So this is going to create this. So let's click on the play button. Okay, something is wrong. Okay, I think I made a mistake. Creates order create. So I had checkout before. So let me click on send. So I'm going to click on send here. And it's a listing of sorry, I have made a mistake. Listing was not, it's not, this is a test data. So let me go back to listing, and let me click on anyone. So let's use this. I think this one is okay. So I'm going to click on send. So we have the listing here. So I'm going to copy the ID, and let's head back to the order HTTP order, and I'm going to replace this with this. Likewise, you need to also replace the color ID. So let me, so go into listing. I'm going to click on this again. So let me pick a color. So let's pick the white color. So I'm going to copy the ID of the color ID. And let me go back to order. I'll replace this with it. Then save this. So everything is okay now. So I can go ahead and test it. So I'll click on the play button. And we can see order created successfully. Now we can copy this and pay. So make sure this is still running. And let's head over to the browser. So I'm going to paste this here. So let me paste it and click on enter. And this should take me to Stripe. So let's wait for it. I'm going to pick the card. I'm going to pass in the card. So I'm going to put in a test card. You can search for it. You can search for it online. Then I'm going to just think everything is correct. Now let me click on the pay button. So I'm going to click on the pay button. And if we go back to the code and let's open this, we can see the event. So charge succeeded, payment intent, and payments. So we can see checkout section completed. And now if we go back to the browser, so this is going to navigate us to the localhost 5173, which is the front-end origin, thank you, and the order ID. So this is great. So and inside a Stripe dashboard, we should see. Let me close this. So you can also see it here in the events. You can also track the events here too and see how much was charged. So I'll cancel this and I'll go over to balance. So now balance, let's go into customer and we should see. So we can see the customer here. So the reason why the amount here is one is because this is, I think this is more than, okay, this is 7 payments. Yeah. So, but you can see the transaction in the transaction tab. So this is it. This is the current 39. You can see 3900. So this is great. So we can go back to the code and now we are done with this. So we can go ahead and create the endpoint to fetch the user orders. So let's go back into the controller. So inside the order controller, we are going to just duplicate this. Let's paste it here. Then we're going to change this to get user orders controller. And we don't need this. We're just going to get the ID. So we're going to say user ID is equals to request.user.id. And let's change this to get user control. So get user orders service. And we're going to pass in the user ID. And there we just get in data. And let's just return data here. We say orders, sorry, orders fetched successfully. So we can go ahead and create a service. So I'll go into order, order service, and let me collapse this. It's an export constant listing the get user order service, async, and let's get in the user ID, which is of type string. So we need to first of all get the listing. So since in the order ID, in the order model, we don't register, we didn't add the user ID or the user ID is not attached to the order model. So we're going to use and fetch the user listing, and with that we're going to get all orders that is created with the listing ID. So we are going to say constant listing is going to be equals to await listing. So let's import listing. So I think we have it. So dot find. So we're going to find user ID, and then so we can say let's only select. So what we need here in the listing is also the ID. So we just select only the ID, and then we can say constant listing. Sorry, listing ID is equals to listing is equals to, sorry, dot map. So we want to make sure we get already ID. So I'll just say listing, or let's say yeah, listing. Let's say listing dot underscore ID. Now with this we can then get the orders. So say orders equals to await order dot find listing ID. So we're going to say in listing IDs. So it's going to find all IDs that this ID is in this listing IDs. So so the ID says in the orders. Then we are going to populate this. So I'm going to say dot populate listing ID, and we're going to also populate the title. So with the listing ID, then we are going to get the title from the listing, the slug, and the artwork URL. Then we need to also populate a color. We say color ID, and what we need is the name of the color and the artwork color. Then we need to sort this. We say sort descending order created at -1, and then we can return, or let's return the orders. So now we have this. Now we can go over to the controller and let's import it. So I'm going to just import this. Sorry, I can just get in the orders here. So now let's add it in the route. So inside the route, order.route, we are going to say get get request, which is order/user, and then we need to add the require auth, then get user controller. Now with this, we have completed this. So let's test it out. So I'm going to go and make sure the backend server is running. So it's running. Now we can head to the HTTPS folder, and inside the order the HTTP. Now I can click here to fetch all the orders. So I'm going to click on send. So internet server error. Cannot populate the path to this because it's not okay. I think I made a mistake with the ID. So let me go back into the order service, and this should be order ID like this. So let me make sure the server is running. So the database is connected. Now I can test it again. So I'll go back to order the HTTP and let's click on send. So now we can see order fetched successfully. Now we can see the orders, the shipment. You can see pay to true status awaiting shipment. So this is great. This is great. So we are done with the APIs. We are going to go ahead and start working on the client side. So let's go ahead and work on that. So let's start working on the client side. So head over to the GitHub and then select the startup branch. So we're going to click here to clone this repo. So I'm going to copy this. I'll head back to the code editor and I'm going to clone it inside the client folder. So let me do that. So I've cloned it. I've cloned the repo, the startup and Frontend repo, and you can see it inside the client folder. So once you've cloned this, we can let me clear the terminal and let's install, we can say npm install. So it's install all the packages. So I'm going to npm, so make sure you navigate to the client folder, and let's wait for this to install. So now it has installed, so we can run this npm run dev. So let's look through what we have here. So inside the package addressing, so this is a Vite app. You can see a Vite config with their own CSS. Then inside the package addressing, we have some of this package we're using Redux UI with Shanty UI, and this is just some packages we're going to use. And we're going to be using Beta UI. So currently I've not added authentications. Now we're going to add the authentication together. So well, we're going to be using Beta Auth and Beta Auth UI. So we have the Beta Auth package here, and we have the Beta Auth UI package. So and then inside the main.tx is we can see the app folder, the app component. Then if we navigate into the app component, we have the router. So we're using React Router DOM. So we can see it. React Router DOM. So then we have the router. So I'm going to navigate into the router. So inside the route folder, we have inside the index. Okay, first we have the route. So these are the routes. So let me remove this. This page does not exist. So we have the out routes, the uh, protected routes. So these are the routes we are going to create. Currently, we don't have all these. We don't have the design page, but we have the home, the listing, and the other page. Then inside the route, so inside the index.tx, we have the route layout. We are using Tensor React Query. So we have this inside the components React Query. Then we have uh, the tooltip provider from Shanty UI. This is coming from Shanty UI outlets from React Router DOM. Then screw restoration from React Router DOM. Then the auth provider is just coming from. So we're going to look at it together. And then this is the route. So basically is the this is the this is the protected route. So let's remove all this. This is coming from, I'll remove all this which is coming from the auth Beta Auth UI. So this is the route, and we have the route guard. The route guard currently is just a simple method. This is supposed to protect the user anonymous user from accessing a particular route. So currently we've not connected the auth, so it's just uh it's just a simple method that is not doing anything. So then we have the public route. So currently I'm just going to remove this. So we're going to do it together. Then remove this. I'm going to remove the auth route. Then this is just a public route. So the public route, you just have only one route here. We have the listing because anyone can access the listing and the thank you page. So let me save this. So this is an out form. So that is it. Then inside the pages, we have the auth index. Yes, so currently this is going to be auth page we've not plugged it yet, and this is going to be the sign out page. Then we have the home page, which is basically this is a template. Sorry, a dummy data that shows the catalog and the future products, and this is just the UI, basically the UI. So we have the listing page, and listing is just it's just the all listings, all users listings. It's a table component from Shanty UI. Then we also have the single listing page. This is basically what customers are going to see, and they can check out from here. And then we have the thank you page. This is remember we added this route to the cancel URL in the other endpoint in the other service. So this is the page, and then we can get the order from the URL. And then lastly, we have the orders page. This is basically the orders where users will be able to see their orders. Then we have the settings page. This is going to be handled with Better Auth UI. So let's run this and see how it looks. Then sorry, we have the layout, app layout. This is using Shanty UI sidebar, and the app sidebar is also using we have the items, home, listing, other settings, and this is coming. This sidebars are coming from Shanty UI, and then headers. We have the header components. We have logo. We have a query provider and using Tanstack Create Query, and then we have some of the assets here. We have some artwork here, but we're going to implement all this. So let's run this now. So our server is running, and let's copy this. And let's head back to the browser. Let's paste it. And let's wait. Now we can see. So these are dummy products we have here. And we can see listings. These are dummy data. Then we have the orders. So also dummy data. And the setting is uh, remember we removed the settings. So this is it. So let's quickly add authentication to this project. So we are going to be using Better Auth UI. Let's go to let's search for Better Auth UI. So search for it, and then you can click this Better Auth UI introduction, and then you can see how you can add sign in, sign up, forget password, certain card, and also verify email template. So we can click on requirements. So to use Better Auth UI, you need to add Shanty UI, so now they will CSS and Better Auth. So we've already installed all of this. So I'm going to go to installation. Then we can install this package. So we've already installed it. And then inside the Tailwind, if you're using Tailwind CSS v4, you need to add this. So let me confirm. So we'll go back to the code. And then inside, let me collapse this. Then inside the index of CSS, I think we have this now. You can see we have the Better Auth UI is now CSS, and we have the root and the dark and theme. So let's go back to the browser, and then let's click on React since we're using Vite. So the first thing we are going to do is to set up Auth UI provider. So let's copy this, and if we copy it, let's head back to the code, and let's go into components auth provider. So I've created a file. So if you create a file, so there's no point pasting it again. So I already have it here. So I'm going to just copy this, and I'm going to just paste it here, and I'm going to uncomment it. So let's uncomment it, and let's pass in the children. I think the error should stop. Yeah. So we need to enable this better auth link, and let's import all this. Let's import all of this. React router done. And I think we need to also import let's sorry, constant navigate is equals to use navigate. So remember we have the env.frontend. This is coming from the env. You can see it. So we need to pass this. We need to create an env. So we have .env example. So let's just change this to env. And we have the front-end URL. Then we have the base API URL. So this is going to be passed to beta. So we're going to create beta out client. Then this is the actual endpoint. So let's head back to the browser and let's search for beta auth. So let's click on documentation. Let's click on installation. And then let's scroll down to where we see beta auth with clients. Yeah, so this, so let's copy this. So auth client. So we're going to copy this and let's head back to the code, and inside the lib folder, let's create auth hyphen client.tx and let's paste it here. So this is going to point to our local server. So I'm going to get it from the, I think I added this env.tx. So I have this here. This is the base URL. This is the API URL. So we're going to pick the base URL. So inside the env, we can copy this. So yeah, the base API URL. And then let's go into auth client and let's pass it here. So let's import env dot base URL. Now we have the auth client inside the auth provider. We can then import it. So now the auth provider is complete. So let's go to the browser and let's go ahead to the beta auth UI. Then scroll down. We can see the auth page. So let's copy this and head back to the code, and inside the page folder, then auth folder, then index.cxx, we can paste it here. So let's just paste it here. So I'm just going to copy all of them. Click copy all of this, paste it here, and then remove this. So let me do so like this. So we have the params. We're going to get the params and the path name from the use param and pass it to the auth view. So now let's save this. So inside the route, we're going to add date to the route. Let's check the documentation and see. So you can see we need to add auth hyphen path name. So let's head back to the code, and then inside the route we are going to add in the auth path. So I'm just going to copy this. I'll paste it here, and then we need to create the auth route. So remember, we're going to remove this. We're going to change this to let me change this to slash auth slash, and then we need to pass in the query. So the param, which is path name, and then we need to import the component, which is auth page. So but I need to separate this. So the reason why I want to separate this is because inside the route card, we are going to protect the route, anyone from accessing the auth route. And since this out slash path name is going to be an auth route, the route guide is going to block a sign out page, sign out. So user will be unable to sign out. So to separate this, we're just going to remove this. And instead of we head back to the browser, we can see we have the auth sign in, auth sign up, forget password, reset password, sign out, setting, and callback. So I'm just going to uh, use the sign in, sign out. So we sign in, sign up. Then for the sign out, I'll create a separate page for that, and that will be added to the protected route. So let's head back to the code, and then I'm just going to do it. So let me paste it here, and then I'm going to remove this. Now we need to also add in the route guard. So I'm going to pass it here too. So instead of true, I'm just going to set this to false. So let me move this to the top, and let me remove this. So now we have the let me say not public route. We have the auth route, and we have the protected route. So we need to add in the sign out here. So we have the sign out page. So let's add it here. So let's add it here. So I'm not going to add it with the app layout. I'm going to add it here. So auth slash sign out, and this is a sign out page. This is it. So now let's go into the route guard and let's protect this route. This need to modify this function or this yeah. So let's enable this, and if the route the required auth is true and there's no data dot user, we're going to redirect the user to the sign in page. But if there's required auth and data dot user, then we take them to the home page. So we are going to be using the auth client here to get the session. So I'm going to just remove this. I'm going to say constant is equals to let's say auth client dot. Okay, I think this is wrong. So let me let me check auth client. So the error should stop. Let's say dot use session. So we can get data and we can get is pending. Yeah. So I'm going to remove this data. Now we've added the route guard, so we can go over and test it out. So let's head back to the browser and let's go to locals. So I think something is wrong. I'm trying to, it's not showing anything. So let's head back to the code and let me try and move this down. Let's see if this is going to fix it. And let's save this and let's go over to the browser to check it out. So that's fixed it. Now we can see the sign in um, page, and then we can click the sign up page, and this will take us to the sign up page. So we can see auth sign up here. Let me reload this. So for some reason we're always seeing the sign in and not the sign up. So the sign up is not working. If you click on the sign up, we are still seeing the sign in page. So let's head back to the code and fix it. So just head over to the auth page, and instead of use param, let's use location. And this should fix it. So the reason JS param is not working is because we in the routes we are not using any param here. We're just using alt slash sign in, alt slash sign up. So let's head back to the browser, and this should work now. So if I click on sign up now, we can see sign up and click on sign in. Once you click on forgot your password, and then you can see click here to go back. So let's quickly sign up. So we can sign up with, I think we can sign up with Google because we've added Google to the auth provider. So inside the component auth provider, we have provider Google here. So let's try and sign in. So let's head back to the browser and let me just click on sign in with Google. So now we can see I'm going to click on continue, and this should take me to, so now it's taking me to the home page. So if I try to visit the auth sign in, it should take me back to, you can see it's taking me back to the home page, and we can see the endpoint. So if I inspect this developer tool and go to the network tab, so once we reload this, you should see the get session endpoint. We can see auth API auth get session, and then this is going to return the session and also the user information. So so let's go ahead and work on the account or settings page. So we're going to use better auth UI. So if you scroll down, let's go back. So I think we come down here to components. Yeah, we can see settings, and you can pick any of this. We have the account setting card. We have other components, and then we're going to also add in the user button like this. So let's go ahead, let's go to the code and let's implement it. So let's go straight to into pages, settings, index.txt, and now let's just enable this. And then for location, let's also use locations. I'm just going to import, let me import account view. So let me import the location, use location. So we're going to pass in the path name. Let's say path name, and then pass in the path name here. And now we can make sure, let's make sure the server is running, and let's head over to the client side. Also, let's go back to the code. We need to add in the route. So I'm going to go into routes and then index.txt. So I'm going to add the route here. So it's going to be inside the protected route, and we're going to have the app layout since the app layout has the sidebar. So I'm going to add it here. So I'm going to paste it here. And then we're going to have the settings page. So it's going to point to the settings page. So let's test it out. So I'm going to make sure my server is running, and now we can go over to the client side. So on the client side, let's look at it. So I'm going to click on settings, and then we can see the account. And also, if we click on the settings, you can see the settings uh, component here, or the settings page. So with the securities page. So inside, if you go to the better auth UI, if you search for accounts view, you can come over here. If you don't want to use um, the the routes I added for the two pages, the settings and the security, you can use the component, the card instead. Let's work on the sign out page. So inside your auth folder, sign out, we're going to, let's first of all import the navigation. So we use navigate. So let's import this from virtual.dom. Now we're going to use advanced create query. So I'm going to say use mutation. Let me open this, and then we're going to pass in. Let's use the mutation function, and we're going to call auth client from the lib auth client dot sign out. Sorry, and then we have on success. So we're going to navigate to the auth page. I'll say auth route dot sign in, and then we're going to use the use effect hook. So let's import it, and then let's call it a sign out. Sorry, okay. Let me just put like this. Let me get it here. So I'm going to say mutate sign out, and then we're going to get is pending. So let's pass in sign out here. Now we're going to say if is pending, let's have a div, and we can give it a class name of flex item center and gap 2, and let's have spinner, and I'll say signing out, and I'll say else, we're going to say signed out like this. So once we're done with this, let's head into the component headers, and inside here we can enable the user button, which is going to come from the beta auth UI. So I'll import this and save this. So let me make sure everything is saved. So let's head back to the code, and then let me collapse all of these queries. So inside the client's SRC, then pages. So you're going to implement the home. We're going to integrate the client, the home page to fetch all the products, the catalog products, and the feature products. So we're going to remove this dummy data. Now for the API, we are using Tanstyle Create Query. So like I've mentioned there, query provider from Tanstyle Create Query. And for the APIs, if you head to your lib folder, then click on API. So I have all the API connected. I'm using Asios here with the API URL, then added timeouts the with credentials, so it's hello cookie that has been sent from the backend. And this is the API to get all the products. So we are going to use it. Why this is the API to get the listings and single listings. So this is everything here. And also the types. So I have the type here, listing, order, and products. So let's go ahead and implement the uh, home. So we are going to be using, so let's clear out all of this. So let's just leave the listing to empty. So I'm just going to clear these two. I'm going to just leave the listing, and then let's remove this. It's loading, and let's say constant um is equals to use query. So import that from let me see. Okay, so I have it here already. Then we are going to pass in a query key product. And then you're going to also pass in the query function, which is going to be get products. So this is coming from the API, api.tx. So they get products. Now we can just say data. I'll call this product data, and it's loading. So we can get the products. We can say constant catalog products is equals to product data dot dot product dot catalog else empty array. Let's do the same thing for the featured products. We say featured product is equals to product data dot product dot featured empty array. Now let's scroll down. So this is the banner. So I'm just going to collapse this. This is the starter essentials. So you can see the catalog product is connected there. And this is linked to the design. So we've not created a design page. Then this is for the featured products. This is taking a display URL. And I think that is so. We can check it out. So make sure a server is running. So let's head back to the browser. And now we can see the catalog and you can see the featured products. So everything is looking great. So that is it. So let's go ahead and implement use the endpoint to fetch the listings here and also on this page. Now let's integrate the endpoints for the listings, fetch all listings. So I'm going to go into the home. So we're going to first of all add it to the home. We're going to use, so let me collapse this section, this session. So I'll add this session. Okay, yeah, the listing, this is the listing. So we're going to fetch all the listing. So here we're going to only take the 8 and slice out 8 of the listings, number of listings, and display it on the home page. Yeah, you can see that I'm trying to use the endpoints we had. Let me go into listing HTTP. So okay, this endpoint. So I'm going to so I'm pointing to the base API URL, API listing mockup listing. So I'm just doing it manually because we didn't pass in the mockup URL for in the endpoint to fetch all listings. So I'm just manually doing it here. So let's go ahead and implement this. So yeah, I'm going to just say constant is equals to use query. And I'm going to pass in the query key, which is going to be listings, and the query function. So the query function is going to be, let me head over to api.tx, and we can see get and listing. So let me just move it to the top. Get listing query function. So make sure the endpoint is similar to what we have here. So it's the same thing. So I'm just going to copy this. I'll head back into the index.txx and I'm going to just paste it here. Now I can get the listing source data listing, and then we're going to just get it's loading. I will change it to let's say it's like this. So let me remove this. Now we can have listing. So let me just change it to listing data, and I'm just going to use it here. Also listing data dot listing and empty array. So I think this should work. So let's also copy this, and let's check the listing page. So inside the listing, you're going to go with the index.tx. So we have this here. So I'm just going to enable this, and let's remove this dummy data. And then let's go back to home, and let's just copy this. So I'll paste it here. So I'm going to change this to listing data. So now this is just a table showing the artwork URL, the selling price, and a link to the listing single listing page. So let's make sure everything's running, and then we can go over to the browser to test it out. Now let's look at it. So I'm going to scroll to the bottom, and for some reason it's saying no listing found. So let me reload this. So let me check. So there's no listing. So let me confirm. So let's head back to the code, and let's check the API. So I'll go into listing HTTP, which is the backend folder, and let's confirm this. I'm going to click on send here, and we can see that we have the endpoint listings. So let me check this properly. So inside the client, the home page listings. Let's go to the home page first, and I think that's what I pick here. Listing data, listing, and the listing slash all. So after looking at this, I noticed the problem is not I think it's the account I was signed in with. So let me just quickly log in with this account. So I'll do that now. So I've logged in with the account. Let me head up to the browser. So I'll go back to the browser, and if I scroll down, we can see my listing here. So if also in the listing page, you can also see listing. So we're going to go ahead and start working on the create listing page. So the design page. So when you click on this page, it takes you to the design page. Let's work on the design page. So we're going to go into SLC page, and then we're going to create a file, a folder. I'm going to call it design, and then inside it, let's create index.txx, and I'm going to say, sorry, RAFCE. I'll call this design page. So save this, and we're going to use this page inside the route. So let's go into the route. So let's go into route.tx, and we need to enable this. So let me enable this, and let's import design page. So you can see design, and we're going to pass in the product ID. So let's save this, and I think everything's fine. So let's go into the index.tx, and let's start implementing this. So what we're going to do, we're going to get the product ID. So we're going to use the use param hook, and we're going to call product underscore ID, like this. Yeah, product underscore ID, and then we're going to fetch this product. So inside the API, we have this endpoint, I think is this. Yeah, is this. So get product templates by ID. So this is going to fetch the product, and we're going to pass in the ID. So you can change the name to maybe get products by ID instead of the template. But we know that this is going to return the template to us. So let's just copy this and let's head back to the index.cxx, the design page, and let's use constant is equals to use query from answer query, and we're going to pass in query function. So sorry, query key first, and let's pass in the design and the product underscore ID. And then we have the query function, which is going to be, let's say, async is equals to constant response. So I think I made a mistake here. It's not equals to you. So equals to await get product templates by ID. And let's pass in the ID. Now we can pass in products underscore ID like this. Then we're going to return response. So now we can get the template. We say constant template is equals to data and the template. So let me get data from here and let's get its loading. Yeah. So now we can also get the colors. So all of this is inside the sorry, inside the HTTP. Let me sorry listing. Let's say HTTP. If we fetch a single, let me click on this. Let's fetch a single listing. I think it's a single listing. So this is not listing. So let me go select products. This products are HTTP. So this is it. So I'll click on this and this should fetch the product. Now we can see templates here. So we're trying to get a template and we're going to try to get the colors. So this is it. So let's head back into index.txx, SLC and design index.txx, and we can get the colors. So say constant colors is equals to data dot colors. Yeah. And we can also get the base price, and this is going to be equals to data dot template dot base price. So I'm going to set the 0 here. So I'm going to say if it's loading, sorry, if it's loading, then we're going to return this. So I'm going to import this spinner. Likewise, if no templates, if there's no templates, we can just say return this template not found, something like this. So now we're going to have a div here. So let's give this a class name, and this is going to be equals to flex. I'm going to say mini height screen, or let's just make this dark 100 VH, and let's give it 4 like this because of the header, and just give this a full width and overflow hidden like this. So we're going to have the I'm going to call this the editor sidebar. Yes, the editor sidebar, and we're going to have the canvas, and we're going to give this a class name. So I'm going to just paste the class name is here, and there we're going to have the editor, sorry, editor sidebar. For now, let's just comment it out, and we're going to have, let me call a div here, and let's give this a class name flex1, and we're going to say canvas editor, and we're going to create a component very soon. So let's just we're going to pass in a template, which is going to be equals to template, and we're going to we're going to pass in the default color. So the default color, I'm just going to pick the colors. I'll pick the first one from the colors. So the list of the colors and the base price will be passed to the editor side, which is going to have the list of color, the in-place field, and the text area. So before we go ahead and create this, we need to create uh, the context. So the canvas context. So let me just save this, and let me clear this. Let's create a folder called context. So inside here, I'm just going to say context, and I'll say canvas dot tx, or let's just add in canvas hyphen context here. So here we're going to let's say interface, and we're going to say listing data type. So this is going to be the type of the data we're going to store in the state, and will be sent to the backend when the user tries to submit. So for now, I'm just going to leave it. I'm going to come back to it. So let's also have the interface for the canvas context. So I'm going to say canvas context, let's say type, and there we're going to have the canvas editor, which is going to be a type of canvas. So the package we're using for this canvas is, let me go into package and clients. We're using the fabric package. So I'm going to import canvas from the package. So I'll say let's import it from fabric, and let's just say canvas, and let's say type is canvas or no. Then we have set canvas editor, and we will say canvas of type canvas or no, and let's just return void here. So the listing data will be it will be added here. So I'm going to say listing data is going to be of type listing data. So let me quickly paste it here. So I'll paste it here. So let me import the colors. So this is just type we have is what we already have in the listing HTTP. So if you look at the create listing, you can see templates ID title, also the I think it's the colors. You can see color IDs here. So that's why. So I'm just using selected color, but I'm going to convert changes to color ID when we try to attach it to the submit, to the handle submit function. So, or when we're sending it back to, we're sending it to the endpoint, we're going to just rename it to color ID. So I'm just using it here, so it's readable. So, and no, it's not containing only the IDs, it's containing the products, the color details. So if you look at the type, you can see we have the ID template name, color, and mockup. So when we are sending it to the backend endpoint, to the endpoint, we are going to pick map this to get only the ID. So this is it. Now we're going to have the type. So I'm just going to set the uh, listing data key type here. So this is it. So we're going to be using it for the update function. So I'm just going to paste the remaining the set listing data and the update listing state. So this is the function. We just pass in the key. We want to update in the state and this and the value. So that's the reason we attach the listing data key here. Now let's create the context. So say constant canvas context is equals to create context. Sorry, create context. And then we can just let's pass in the canvas context type, and there we can just say or let me do or no, and let's just pass in no like this. So now we can say export function to create the context provider. So I saw with the canvas provider, so canvas provider. Sorry. So here we're going to pass in the children, and this is going to be a type of. So let me write the type here. React React node. So I'm going to also pass in the base price. So and let's add it here. So something's wrong. And let's create the state here. So I'm going to create the state. So let me paste it here. So let's import use state hook. So we have this now. So let's create the update function. The update listing state function here. So I'm going to say constant updates or updated listing state, and we're going to pass in the key. So the key is going to be listing data key, and the value is going to just be any. So it accepts any type of value. Then we're going to set listing data previous, and we're going to destructure the previous states, and we're going to update the value. We're going to update the value where the key, where this is the key. Now we have the update listing states. Now return, let's return this. So we're going to say canvas canvas context, canvas, sorry, canvas context. So dots. So let me check this. Canvas context. And let's put dot provider. Dot provider. So let me make this. So this should be txx, not tx. And that's it. So I should stop. So I'm going to pass in the children. And there we're going to say file canvas editor. And we're going to pass in the set canvas editor, listing data, set listing data, and update listing state. And then below here we're going to have um the use canvas hook. So let's use the canvas provider inside the design page. So I'm going to go inside design, uh, the design page. So we're going to wrap this with canvas provider. So let me move this up, and let's import this and pass in the base price. So let's so I think this is wrong. I'm in the wrong place. So I'll fix it. So I'm now in I've added it in the design page. Now let's go ahead and create the canvas editor component. So I'm going to create a folder here. So let me call this component. Now say canvas editor .cxx. That's a REFCE canvas editor, and let's enable this here, and let's import it. So let's go into the canvas editor. Let's pass in the props as templates and default color, and let me import the product type from type and also the product color. So now we're going to use constants. We're going to define the canvas ref. So I'm going to say canvas ref is equals to use ref, and then we're going to add a type. So I'm going to say HTML canvas elements. So canvas elements, and let's pass in null. So we're going to also have a ref for the container ref and the printable area ref. So we're going to also create the two. Now let's import the canvas editor from the use canvas hook inside the context. So we're going to get the canvas editor. So I'm going to say canvas editor, then set canvas editor. We're going to get the listing data and also updated or update listing data. So listing states. Now we are going to also have a state to hold the selected color. So the selected color set selected color, and this is going to be equals to use state hook of type product color type, and this is going to be all null. So the default value is going to be null. And then we are going to have, let me move this. Let's move this to the top. So we're going to have a state to hold the view mode. So we can switch from the design mode to the preview mode. So I'm going to call the view mode and set view mode, which is use state hook, and it's going to be a type of we're going to say design or preview, and the default value is going to be design. So then we are going to get the printable area from the template we passed. So first of all, let's define the display size. So we're going to have the display size here. I'm going to give this sys2, and then we are going to have going to get the printable area, and this is going to be equals to the top, which is from templates dot printable area dot top. Sorry, we're going to also get the left, which is going to be templates dot printable area left, and the width and height. So let's so we have the default color here. So we need to set it in this use state. So we're going to be using use effects. I'm going to say use effects, and let's return this. Let me import the use effects hook, and then we're going to first for check listing data from the use canvas hook. We're going to say dot selected color dot length. If it's greater than 0, then we are going to set selected color. Sorry, we are going to set selected color listing data dot selected color, and I'm just going to pick the first one. So I'm just going to say index listing data, or the last one, sorry, the last selected color, the last color in the list. So I'm going to pick um selected colors dot length -1 here, and then we're going to say else. So if there's a default, if there's a default color, then we can say set selected color and pass in the default color, and here let's add listing data dot selected colors here. So now we have this, we need to initialize, let's initialize the canvas here. So we are going to use the use effects hook. So I'm going to say if not canvas ref dot current, or there is no templates pass, or there is a canvas editor, or there's no need for this. Let me just use only not canvas template, canvas ref and template, and then I'm just going to return this. Then we're going to say let canvas be of type canvas. So let's import canvas from fabric. So let's import canvas from fabric, And now we are going to have this function. We're going to use try catch here. So let's have a state again for its loading. So I'm going to set this to true, and let's set its loading here. Its loading is true. Sorry, let's use canvas is equals to new canvas, and let's pass in the canvas ref dot current, and we're going to pass in the width. So the width is going to be the printable area dot width. Likewise, the height is going to be printable area dot height. So for the background color, I'll say background color, I'll just leave it as undefined. I'm going to also say preserve object stack into true, and control above overlay, I'll set it to true. So now we have this. We are going to we're going to set the canvas dimension. So I'm going to say canvas dot set dimension. Sorry, set dimension. We're going to say width is going to be printable area dot width. So to set a dimension, we need to calculate the canvas, the container size first. So let's do that here. So we're going to calculate the scale based on the canvas, the container size. So we can multiply it with the scale and likewise the height. So I'm going to, sorry, not here. Let's do it inside here. So I'm going to say constant scale is equals to container ref dot current. So if we have this, then we're going to say we're going to get the scale. So I'm going to write a helper function here that will do that for us. So let me paste it here. So I'll paste it here. So this is a simple function that we pass in the elements, the width, the height, the padding, which is default 40. Then we use this to and get the scale. So I'm going to use this below here. So I'll say if there is container, if container does container ref does current has a value, has the element, then we're going to pass in container ref dot current, and we can pass in a printable area. So let me get the width and also the height, and then we can say else 1, and with that we can say printable width times scale and height is going to be printable height. So let me copy this times scale. And then let's set the canvas dot set zoom. So the next thing we're going to do is to adjust the display. So I'm going to paste that here. And after this, we're going to calculate the offset. So I'm going to say canvas dot calculate offset, and then we're going to use canvas dot request render all. And lastly, we're going to set canvas editor with canvas here. So let's catch the error. So I'm going to say console.log. I'll say canvas. I'll fail to initialize init. And then finally, let's set loading to false. And then we are going to then return this. So let's also pass in the templates. Let's pass in template dependency. So canvas dispose and then set canvas editor no. So below this use effect, we are going to listen for events from the canvas. So we are going to use it to get the artwork placement and also capture the artwork. So we're going to use effect hook here. I'm going to say, and let's return this. And then we're going to check if in canvas editor, if there's no canvas editor is empty, then we're going to just return an no. So then we're going to have a function. So let me just put the dev dependencies here, or the empty array, sorry. I'm going to create a method. So this method is going to be to capture the artwork. So I'm going to say capture artwork is equals to, let's return this. And we're going to say constant artwork data URL. So this is in data. Then it's going to be equals to canvas editor dot to data URL. And we are going to say format PNG. And I'll just add some multiplier one. Then I'm going to add quality. Let's see. Yeah, quality. We're just going to give it 1.0. Then we're going to update the listing data state. So I'm going to scroll up and copy this. I'm going to copy this version, and I'm going to, let's pass it here. So I'm going to paste it. I'm going to add in the key, which is the artwork URL, and then I'm going to pass in the artwork data URL. Now we need to track the artwork placement. So I'm going to create another method. I'm going to handle objects modify. So I'm just going to the event. I'm going to set it as any, and then let's get the object, which is going to be equals to event.target, and you're going to say if object, then we are going to update this. So let's just copy this and let's paste it here. So instead of artwork URL, we're going to change this to artwork placement. And this we're just going to pass in the top, which is objects dot top. We are going to also pass in left, which is objects dot left. Width, which is objects dot get scaled width. And we're going to also pass in the height, which is objects dot get scale height. So we're going to also pass in the ref display width, which is going to be the exact same value we have here, the display size. So I'm going to pass it in. And we are going to also, let's pass in the capture artwork here. So inside the function, we're going to pass it here too. So so I'm going to paste in the event. So we're going to say canvas editor object modify, and I'm just going to pass this in. Then for add, we're going to pass in the capture artwork here. So let me just replace it. And also these two. We're going to remove this. So let's pass in the canvas editor. So now we have this. So the next thing we are going to work on, let's work on the function that generates the preview. So we're going to say generate preview, and I'll use callback. Let's import use callback hook. Let's pass in the empty array and the error should stop. So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to make sure the canvas editor, where do we add it here? We added it here. The canvas editor is not null. So we're going to pass that here. Then for the selected color, we're going to scroll back up and let's just copy this. So I have mine is selected. Okay, I made a mistake here. Selected color. So the selected color, we have the mockup URL. So if there is no mockup URL, it's not going to generate any preview. So after we have this, if there is canvas editor and selected color mockup URL, then the next thing we're going to do, we're going to say canvas editor.discharge discard active object, and then we're going to say canvas dot so the canvas editor dot request render all, and now we are going to say constant artwork. So we are going to use the same thing we have here. So let me copy it. I'll open this, if use effects. I'm going to just copy this exact thing we have here, and let's paste it here. So we're going to also do the same thing. Let me copy this too, and I'm just going to pass it here too. So now we're going to say set preview. So let's create a state to hold the preview. I think we didn't have the state here, so let me just create the state. And let's paste it here. So preview blob URL and set preview blob, which is string or not. So we are going to square, let's say set preview block URL. So we're going to set it to empty string, so to clear the previous state. And then we're going to start to generate the mockup. So we're going to say mockup image. Sorry, mockup image is equals to new image. And I'll say mockup image dot cross origin equals to anonymous. Then we're going to pass in the selected mockup URL. Then we're going to say mockup image dot unload is equals to, so we're going to say constant um width. So as to width is equals to mockup mockup image dot natural width. Sorry, natural width. We're going to duplicate this. So let me add height here. So let me use uppercase for this. So I'll change this to natural height. And then we're going to merge them. So we're going to say constant merge canvas is equals to document dot create element canvas. So we're going to say merge canvas dot width is going to be equals to this width. And we're going to do the same thing, merge canvas dot height is going to be equals to height. So now we're going to say constant context is equals to merge canvas dot get context 2D. Then we say context dot image smooth enabled. I'm going to set it to true. And I'm going to also say context dot image quality is equals to high. High. So let me remove this. So I can just let me add this at the end of this, and the error should stop. Now we are going to draw the shirt mockup at full native resolution. So we're going to say context dot draw image. We're going to pass in the mockup image, and then I'm going to set 0 and the width and height too. Now we're going to get the art image. We're going to do the same thing for the artwork image. It's going to be equals to new image, and we're going to say artwork or art image but SRC is equals to artwork. SRC is equals to artwork data URL. Yeah. Then we're going to say art image sorry, dot unload is equals to, so we're going to scale this. We're going to use the printable area to place the artwork on the image. So we are going to get the scale. We're going to say width from the workup divided by the display size, and then we are going to say constant. So we're going to calculate the position. So we're going to say x position. This is going to be equals to printable area dot left times scale. Let's just call it dx. So this is going to be passed to the context of draw image. So this, we're going to use it with this. So we can copy this and we can pass it here. So we're going to pass in this position here for the x, y, width, and height. So let's also have the for the dy for the y axis and the width and height. So I'm going to just paste it here. Now we can just replace this with dx, sorry, dy, and width, the width, and sorry, the height. Then let's copy this artwork image and replace it here. So now we have the we have this. So we are going to merge. We say merge canvas dot to blur, and then we're going to get the blob, and let's return this. We're going to say if blob, we are going to set preview blob URL. We say URL dot create object URL, and then we're going to pass in the blob, and then we're going to say image slash png and 1.0. So we are done with this. Now we can just pass in the canvas editor, the selected color like this. So we are done with this function. So we're going to use this inside the use effect. So I'll say use effect. So we're going to use it inside the use effect, and also in the button, the toggle button for design and preview. So we are using it here when a user switch the selected color. So I'll say use selected color if there's no selected color, or the view, sorry, the view mode is not equals to preview, then we're just going to return. So also just going to generate. So when you switch a different color, or you switch a color, this is going to call this function to generate the image. So we're just going to pass in the selected color, and then we're going to pass in the mode, view mode here. So we are done with this. So now let's start working on this. So you're going to pass in the ref, which is the container ref, and let's give this a class name. This is going to be relative flex item center justify center widthful, and I'm going to give it heightful and overflow hidden. So let's give this bg f6 f6 f6. Yeah. So inside here we're going to say loading. So if the canvas is loading, you're just going to display a loading state here. So I'm just going to say div let's say, let's just give you speed tag here. I'll say loading canvas, and let's give this a class name. So we're going to say absolute flex first column item center justify center, and then give this a background color. I think this is okay. Now we are going to, so let's implement this. We're going to say div class name, and I'm going to give this a class name, and this class name is going to be this div is going to represent the design area, so the area where the t-shirt will be placed. So I'm going to call this product design area. So if you go to index.css, we have some classes here I've added. You can see product preview display, product max image, printable area. We have canvas container, printable area dot outline, printable area dot printable info icon. Now we're going to add all these classes. So the class I want you to see is I think I didn't add that here. We can add it here. A very simple class for the product um, design area. So I'm going to just go back first, implement this. So I'm going to say relative flex column item center. Sorry, item center justify stats, width full, height full, and then let's just give this padding it's like this. So now the next thing we are going to implement here is the product preview display. So inside the CSS we have this. So I'm going to copy this and let's change this color. Should we change it to transparent or white, or let's just leave it to white? So I'm going to go back to canvas editor and let's just give this a div class name. So I'll call this, let's paste in the class we copied, preview, product preview base, and I'll give this full width and then aspect square. And we need to also, I think I add relative here, product relative, yeah, position relative, sorry. Then we need to add in the styles. So I'll say style. So I'll add in background color here, background color. So this is going to be equals to selected. So select color dot color. So we're going to display, it's going to be view mode. So if it's equals to design, we are going to set it to block, else we're going to hide it. So we need to add in the maximum width, which is going to be, let's add in the display size. So display size pixel, height, we're going to use the display size too. You're going to set the display size, which is going to be pixel, and we can give this inline height the same thing, display size pixel like this. So now we are going to have a div here. So I'll call this, and let's give this a class name, and this is going to be equals to relative flex item center justify center. And there we're going to have the printable area. So we're going to say, sorry, ref is equals to printable area ref. And then let's give it a class name, which is going to be absolute z index 20, and then insert 0. That's your x 0. So I'm going to also do the same thing here. For this time, instead of maximum width, we are going to use the actual printable width. So I'm going to, um, sorry, let's choose style. So top is going to be printable area dot top. Then left, it's going to be printable area dot left. Then the width and height. Then inside the index of CSS, we are going to copy the printable area class, but this time we're going to put it as the child element here. Okay, so I think I made a mistake here. So yeah, I'm going to give this a class name, which is going to be printable area, and this will show the outline. So outline. So you can see we have printable area outline too. So this is going to show a red borderline. So let's give this a full width, height, height full. And then inside here, we're going to use the canvas. So let's say canvas, the canvas element. We are going to pass in the ref canvas, canvas ref. So we're going to say div. So this is a self-closed div, and we're going to pass in the printable area info icon. So copy this and let's go back into the canvas editor and let's pass it here. So we'll give this a class name and pass it here like this. So now we are done with this. Um, so sorry, we are not done. We need to add in the image, the mockup URL. So I'm going to do that here. Yeah, so let me collapse this. So I'm going to just pass it here. I'm going to say image class name is equals to product. Let's copy it from the classes. This is product max image. So let's go back and let's paste it here. So we're going to pass in the SRC, the source, which is going to be templates. Remember, we passed in the templates and we're going to get the base URL. So this is for when we are on the design mode. So let me just give this alt empty and then I'm going to say the code async and then let's give this a style. So I'll paste it here like this and also loading here. So below here we can just give this a div and this should be a self-closed div and then let's give this a class name. I'll just call this class I have here and let's go there grid lines and I'll paste it here. So now we are done with this part. I think this is it. Follow design area. We are going to also pass in the style. So we're going to pass in, sorry, styles and let's paste it here. So similar to what we did in this design product design base. So you can change this to design base, not preview base. So if this is preview, then you're going to show block else no. So then inside there we are going to say if preview block URL, and then we can just use the image and pass in the source as preview block URL, and then we can give this a class name widthful, heightful, object contain, and then we're going to say pointer none, sorry, pointer event none. Then we are going to say else we will show generative mockup. So I'm going to add this class and then a simple text to display the mockup is generating. Then below this div, let's come outside here. We're going to show the tab. So let's give this a div, sorry, a class name. So I'm going to paste in the class names. So let me change this. And then we're going to have two buttons. So let's import button from Shanty UI. And let's pass in an on click here. So on click, so this is going to be the preview button. So let me just add in the eye icon from Lucy React and say preview. And let me give this a class name of width 5, height 5. And we can pass in the generate preview function and set view mode to preview like this. So I can also give this a class name too. So paste in the class name and let's import cn. So let's copy this and paste it here again. Let's remove this. So we're just going to set this to design. And I'm just going to say canvas editor dot request render all. And this should be a sort of preview. It's going to be design. And let me change this to design and pencil icon. So we are done with this part. So we're going to collapse this and we're going to list out the selected colors. So which is the colors that is being stored in this state. So we are going to scroll down and this is we're going to say div and we're going to give this a class name. So I'm going to use the absolute right 6 top 114. We're going to flex column gap 200 full and set index 30. So we're going to say listing data. So we're going to use the listing data. Let me check. Okay, this is only holding a single column, not the list. So that is the reason why we need to use the listing data. We say listing data are selected colors, and we're going to map color. And um, let's give this button key, which is going to be color dot underscore id. And then we can say on click, then we can do selected color, then set selected, and let's pass in the color. So I'm going to give this a class name. So with with 8, height 8, cursor pointer, rounded full, background 2. Then we are going to a selected color. We're going to add in the ring, and then this is the actual color. So let me just remove this button, and this should be self close. So we are done with this page. Next thing we are going to work on is the editor sidebar. So let's create the component. So editor sidebar .cxx. So say RASCE. So editor sidebar. So the editor sidebar is going to have, so this is exactly how the sidebar is going to look like. It's going to have um it's going to have the three button, one button to add image, add text, and the add text we have its setting, and then this is the button to add to generate artwork. Then this is the list of colors, the price field, the text, the title, and description. So let's go ahead and and implement this. So I'm going to, let me save, sorry, let me clear everything. And then let's go back into page, design, components, design editor, sorry, editor sidebar. So let's go ahead inside the index.txt and enable it. So let's pass in the props. So I'm going to pass in template ID and base price and the colors. So let's go into the components and let's get the prop type. So get colors of colors, um, template ID and link base price. So let's add the type. So we're going to say colors is type product color type, and this is going to be a list. So we're going to also pass in the base price, which is going to be number, and then the template ID is of type string. So let's get the navigate from use navigate, and let's also import the use canvas hook from context, and we're going to get a canvas editor, updated update listing states, then the listing data. I think that is all. Then we're going to have a class name which is going to be equals to flex column, and we're going to give this height full and BG background. So we're going to have a div, and this is going to have a class name. I'm going to say flex1 and overflow or y02, and let's give it py4 and space y4. Then we're going to add divide y and divide border. So the color is going to be border. So we're going to have a different section. So this section is going to be the design section like we had in this diagram. So I'm going to say, let's give this a class name first. So we're going to say, let's give it space y3 and pb4, and let's give padding 5 px. And then we're going to give this h2, and I'll say design your products, and we can give this a class name text base and font medium, and we can say text foreground. Then we're going to have a paragraph. Let's give this a small font, so we say text small and text muted foreground. I'll say max file size 50 MB. So below this, we're going to have below this. Let's just wrap this inside a div. So below this, we're going to have the tools or the two buttons. So I'm going to give this a class name, flex, flex wrap, and then wrap 2. So we're going to create the component, the two button component for the add image, add text, and also the AI artwork generate button. So I'm going to create the component. So I'm going to call this constant to button, and this is going to take some props. I'm going to pass icon, label. I'm going to also pass class name, and then I'm going to say is upload. So this to identify if it's image, and we have on click and on change, and we're going to say ref, and then we're going to pass in the remaining props here. So I'm going to pass in the type. So let me do that here. So let me paste in the type. So make sure this is wrapped inside the parentheses. And then these are the types here. And then we're going to have the button class. And this is going to, let's use CN. Let's import CN from YouTube. And I'm going to say flex 1. Then give this a minimum width of 30% for each of the button. Then I'm going to say flex colon item center. Then I'm going to pass in padding. So we got 1.5 padding S3 padding Y. Then I'm going to also pass in constant content. So the content is going to be equals to less the icon. We're going to pass in the icon here, and let's get this span tag here. Now we're going to pass in the label. So let's give this a class name. And I'm going to say text extra small, and then font medium is okay. So below here we're going to say if is upload, then we're going to return label. So let's passing the input element, and let's set this to type file and accept image, and let's give this class name hidden, and then I'll say on change, and let's pass in the on change function. Then we're going to give this a class name, and I'm going to pass in the button cn button class, and I'm going to add cursor pointer. So let's also pass in the contents, this content here, and then I think that is all. So we're going to then return button, and let's pass in the ref. Let's give this on click to on click, and then the class name button class, and we can pass in remaining props here. So let's pass in the content. So let's make use of this button. So I'm going to copy this and let's head back here. So this is going to be for the image button. So we're going to have the image icon. So let's import that. So now we need to create a function. Let me disable this. We're going to create a function to handle image upload. So we're going to do that. So let's create constant handle image upload. And this is going to be equals to async and the type of HTML input element. So we're going to check if, so let me, if target file exists, then we are going to add this. Let's first of all convert this into a URL. So I'll say URL dot create object URL, and I'm going to say target um, event dot target dot files index 0. So we need to add this to the canvas. So we're going to create a function and we'll call this constant add image to canvas. And this is going to be equals to async. Let's pass in URL string. I will say if canvas, sorry, if not canvas editor, let's just return. And then we can say constant image is equals to, let's import fabric image. So we can import fabric image from fabric, and then we're going to say dot from URL. Let's pass in the URL, and we're going to also pass in cross origin anonymous, and then we're going to say image the scale. So scale to width. We're going to say canvas editor dot get width times 0.75. So this is going to scale it down. Uh, and then we're going to say canvas. Now we're going to add the image canvas editor dot add image, and then we can say canvas editor dot center object. So to center the image. So we can use this. I can use this here. So I'll say await, and let's pass in the URL. And I'll say event dot target value equals to empty string. Then let's work on the let's also define the button for adding text. So I'm going to add that here. So we're going to import the pipe icon, and then we're going to define the method for adding text. So we can do that here. So let's do it below here. So I'll say constant add text. This is going to be equals. Then inside here we're going to check for the canvas editor. Then if it's available, then we're going to say text is equals to new itext. Well, let me check text. So let's import itext from fabric, and then we're going to say text. So this is just the default value that will be added to the canvas. So we're going to give it a position. So I'm going to say left 120, top 100, and let's give it font size. Fonts, we can use font family too, and we can also have font size 40, and then let me add the font family and a font weight and also field which is in black. So we're going to add it into the canvas. So say canvas editor dot add text, and we're going to say canvas editor dot set active object text. So this text will become active, and we can see the controls on the canvas. So now we have this. So the next thing we're going to do is to show the once you add in a text, we need to show the tools or the settings. So you can select different font color or add bold or underline to the text. So I'm going to create a state to manage this. So we're going to create two states. So let's do that here. So I'll paste it here. So we're going to have active objects. So this will help us to track the active, it's going to hold the active text. And with this, we're going to then display the settings, the text settings. So let's copy the active text object and let's scroll down to the bottom. So outside this div, and we're going to say active active text object, then we're going to show this div. So this is going to hold the text settings. So I'm going to say class name is going to be equals to flex item center. Sorry, item center, and we say gap 2, pattern top 1. And the first settings we're going to have is the font family. So we're going to use the select component and we select elements here. So I'm just going to just paste that here. So this is just going to have a simple class, and then we're going to pass in the value using the text property from the state we added. So these are the default value that will be set in the settings. So, and I think this is exactly the same thing with what we have here. We can see it here, the font size, I think the font family, font weight, and also the fill. So let's also add the unchanged here. So this is going to be equal to, we're going to get the event and we're going to create a function. So let's just call this update text. And there we're going to just pass in, let's pass in, we say font family. And this is going to be event.target.value. So let's create this method. So let's do it here. It's a constant update text. So we're going to set the I'm going to say arguments or props. It's going to be partial of a type of text property. So I'm going to say type of text props. So this states we can just say active object. So we're going to set this as a set the arguments or prompts. I'll just set this as any, so no TypeScript error. And then we're going to call the canvas editor. So this is going to render the canvas so that it's display uh, the changes. So I'm going to say request render all, and then we're going to update the set text set text. So previous state, we get the previous state, and then we're going to the structure previous state, and also the arguments being passed. So now we have uh the select element. Now we're going to also, I think there's an error here. Okay, we're going to have the second options, which is, let's check the design. It's going to be this toggle, bold, italic, and underline. So we're going to be using these components we have from Shanty UI. So I've already added the components already inside the UI. You see called toggles, the toggle components. So we're going to use this. So let's head back into the editor sidebar, and there we're going to import toggle toggle group. Sorry, I think it's ggle toggle group, and there we're going to set type to multiple. Sorry, multiple. I don't know why it's not showing properly. So let me see if this is imported from the, okay, yeah, it's from the wrong place. So let's import this from Shanty UI. So we can see it here. Now we can pass in orientation. This is going to be horizontal, and I'm going to just give this spacing just one, and there we're going to pass in a value. So for the value, we are going to check if the font weight was added, then we're going, or the font weight is bold, then we're going to add it to the value. So I'm going to do it like this. So I'm going to say, and text property font weight is equals to bold. Then we're going to add bold to the value. So this is going to be an array of string bold, bold, italic, or underline. So we're going to do the same thing for the font style and also the font and the or font underline. So let me just duplicate this. So let's add in changes to uh okay, let's use italic. Sorry, this should be font style. And then I'm going to just pass this here, and let's use underline. And I think there's no need to, so if underline, let me see. This is boolean. So if underline, then we're going to just pass underline here. So now we're going to also add in on value change, and this will give us the values. So we're going to say constant and props is going to be equals to. So we're going to get the font weight first, and this is going to be values dot include bold. Then we are going to say this is bold or normal. So for the style and the underline, so I'm going to paste this. So let's just add props here. Then we're going to use active text object. So active text object just set, and we're going to pass in the props like this. Then we're going to call the canvas editor. the the request render all. Then we're going to do the same thing with it here. So copy, we can use this instead. So there's no way we can use this. So let me just paste this here and just pass in the props. Yeah, we can see this is going to work. And now we need to pass in the components. We're going to import toggle group item, and this is going to have a value of bold. And let's import bold icon. Then the other ones I'm going to just paste it. So italic icon, so let's import it, and underline icon. So we're done with this part. uh let's see within it. Okay, so below here we're going to have the color, so we're going to be using input. So this is going to be of type color, and we can give this a class name. So class name width 8, height 8, rounded large, and then color pointer, and then we're going to update the field to the event target of value. So we are done with. So we need to also track when we have multiple texts on the canvas. We need to know by selecting any of the text, we need to um, have all the property from that selected text into the state. So we're going to be using use effect hook to handle that. So we're going to say use effect. So we're going to say if not canvas editor, unless return. So let's import the use effect hook, and then we're going to listen for the selection, the text selection, and then with this we're going to be able to get the object and set it to the active objects, set active text object, and then the text property. So what I'm going to say constant on select is going to be equals to event. So I'm just going to give this type any, and then we're going to get the object from, say object is equals to event dot selected, and then we're going to get the first item in the array. Then we're going to set text object, and then we're going to pass in the object, and below here we're going to pass in the set property. So I'm going to pass it here. So we're going to pass in the field, the fonts, the font family, the font weight, underline, and font style. Then we're going to say else set active object to null. So let's see. Okay, we didn't add the if here. I'm going to say if object dot type is equals to, it's going to be equals to itext. Then we are going to set this, else we are going to set, sorry, this should be active text object to null. So let me make sure this is good. Okay, I think I made a mistake. I should add in this here. And then we're going to have constant on clear, which is going to be equals to set active text object to null. So we're going to listen to the selection from the canvas editor. So I'm going to just pass that here. So we're going to say selection created. So let me just replace this with on select, and we're going to listen for selection created, selection updated, and selection cleared, which is we're going to pass in the clear function. Then we are going to um, remove the listener, and we're going to pass in the functions. So let's pass in canvas editor here. So I think everything is fine. So let's make sure there's no error. So the next thing we're going to do is the second session, which is going to be the colors. So we're going to list the colors. Yeah. So I'm going to collapse this session, and then I'm going to create another session. So I'll give this a class name, and this is going to be equals to let's give it space. It's going to be the same thing with what we have there, space y3, then pb4 and px5. So yeah, we're going to have this. We're going to have the title, which is going to be choose product color, and then the description, which is backgrounds for your product, and then here we're going to have a div. So we're going to loop through the color. So let's give this a class name first. I'm going to say flex, wrap, and gap 2. So let's loop through the colors. Say map color, your color, and we're going to return this. So we're going to get the selected color. So say selected is equals to listing. So let's get listing data. The selected color or sorry, or empty array dot sum. So let me just use C like this, and then we're going to say color dot underscore ID is equals to color dot ID. So let's make sure everything's correct. So the next thing we're going to do, we're going to say if is white is equals to item, sorry, color dot, let's change this to items and change this to item. So I'll say item dot color dot trim. So um is equals to RG. Then let's return this. So we're going to return a button. Let's give this a key. So the key is going to be item, let's say item dot name. And then we're going to say title. It's going to be item, so not title. Let's give this a class name. And I'm going to say CN flex item center, justify center. We're going to give this width 8, height 8, and rounded full and border 2. Then, sorry, then we're going to say if is white, we're going to change in the border color. So we're going to, sorry, I'm going to say border, border. by this. So I think let's just use this, something like this. Then we can give this style, background color, background color, item dot color. So here we're going to say if is selected, sorry, if this color is selected, then we're going to show a check icon. So it's a check from Lucy Reacts, and I'm just going to give this a class name, and let's use cn. Let's give this width 4, height 4, and then we're going to say if white, then we're going to say text black, else text, oh sorry, text white, like this. So I made a mistake, it should be text white. So we're going to collapse this session. So below here, we're going to create a new session for the pricing. So let's just add the class name here. I think we don't need this to be flex. Okay, sorry, we need to add space y3, padding b 3 or 4, then padding x5. And we're going to add the title and the description. So this is set a pricing and pricing for set a pricing for the product. And then we're going to, let's have it if we're going to import the input group. Let me give this a class name, padding y5, and let's import input group add-on. And let's import this icon, $ icon. I'll give this size of 28. Then below we're going to import input group input, and let's give it a class name. Let's use the cn. Let's give it text space, and we're going to say listing data, the selling price is less than the base price we passed. And so we're going to just show an error. I'll say border, let's show destructive, or let's give it red 500. Okay, let's give red 500 for border, then focus. Let's just leave it for, so let's leave it to destructive. This is fine. And let's give it a placeholder. I'm going to say base price, sorry, selling price, then type number and value. So default value is going to be listing selling price. So listing data, the selling price. Then below the input group, you're going to say listing. So listing data, the selling price, less than base price. I'll just add, sorry, I'll just add, and then we're going to define a p tag. I'm going to say price must be at least, sorry, okay, let me add dollar sign there. I'll say base price, and let's just give this color as a class name. Text extra small, text destructive, and empty one. So we need to handle unchange here. So I'll say unchange is going to be equals to the event. So let's create a function. So I'm going to call this handle change. So we're going to use this handle change for both for the pricing input, and also the title and description. So I'm going to give this. I'm going to pass in the key. I'll say selling price, and then e.target the value. So let's create the method here. So I'll do that here. So we just say handle change, and let's import the listing data. And then we have this. So we forgot to add in the method for the color. So we need to add in an on-click here. So I'm going to create the function, the method here. So I'm going to say constant handle color change. And you can say color, and the type is going to be product color type. And let's say color, constant color. It's a color list is equals to listing data, the selected colors, and we're going to get the is selected is equals to color list or sum, and we're going to say color, sorry, let's use C, and say C dot underscore ID is equals to color dot underscore ID. Then we're going to select new color. Say if, sorry, okay, this is correct. Yeah. So let's is selected as a new color is equals to colors list the filter, and we're going to say color, so color dot underscore ID is not equals to color underscore ID, else we're going to say if, so we're going to give this a limit. So sorry, this should be c dot, sorry, color dot underscore ID, and then we're going to say color list. So if color list dot length is greater than equals to 4, let's return, and then we just say new color is equals to, let's destructure the color list, and then we're going to pass in the color. So we're going to use the updated listing states. We pass in selected color and pass in the new colors. And so we can copy this And let's scroll down to the button. So let me add it here. I just say on click. And say handle color change and then pass in the item and the error should stop. So let's collapse this. We are going to create a new session. Let's do that below here. So I'm going to session and it's going to be the same thing, the same class we have. So say class name space y3 and then pb for px5. So I'm going to pass everything here. So basically it's just the title, which is title and description. Then set title and description for this product, and then we're going to pass in the inputs. So let's import input from inputs component functionality UI, and also the text area too. So we're using the handle change for this. We're passing the title and the value, description and the value. So that is it. So I'm going to collapse from here, and here we're going to say we're going to pass in the submit button. So it's a button, and then let's give it a class name LCP-X5, PY4, and border top, border, and then I'm going to increase the size. I'm going to say size large, and let's also give it a class name of widthful, cursor pointer. I'll also increase the padding to 6. So here uh, we're going to say add, or let's say create design, create product. This is okay. So we're going to add invalidation for the input field. So I'm going to create, let me create that here. So I'll collapse this and do it here. So I'll paste it here. So basically it's just to check if a title, value, description, selling price is greater than the base price, and we have a color selected. So, and if canvas editor is not, so I'm just going to copy this and I'll scroll down to where we have, sorry, the button. So we can just say disabled is equals to not form value. So now let's add the endpoint to create a product, or create a listing. So I'm going to create a function first. So let me do it here. As a constant handle submit. And let's just call this like this. We're going to pass in the handle submit to this button. So I'll say on click, and let's pass in the handle submit. And we're going to use the mutation function from start create query. So I think we have the endpoints already. So inside the lib, inside API, we should see create listing uh, endpoint here. So we're going to copy this and let's head back to editor sidebar, and let me collapse this. So I'm going to add it here. So say constant is equals to use mutation, and let's say mutation function async, and let's say data, which is going to be of type create listing type. So I'm going to say constant response is going to be equals to await. I'll pass in the let me import this and pass in data, and let's return the response. So we can get the mutates here. So I'll call this create listing, and we can say it's pending. So I'm going to copy this. So here we're going to use it here. So I'll paste it, and we're going to pass in the payload. So let's just define the payload here. And this is going to be equals to, we're going to pass in the template ID, and let's get the template ID. Then title is going to be listing data dot title. Likewise, description is going to be listing data dot description. Then I'm going to just update this. So we're going to the selling price. We are going to compare. We're going to convert it into a float, and then we're going to pass in the color ID. You can see we're going to loop through the selected color ID, so we just get the array of IDs, and we're going to pass in the artwork array and the artwork placement. So now we can pass this here. I'll say payload, and on success, we're going to return toast. So let's import toast from Sonar success. I'll say listing of products submitted or created. Okay, let's say listing created successfully. And then we're going to navigate to the listing page. So I say protected route dot listings. Then if there's any error, we say on error, we're going to return toast dot error failed to submit listing. So yeah, I'm going to also add if not form is okay, if not is form valid, then let's just return this. We can add a close there, but I'm going to leave it like this. So now I'm going to get this is pending, and I'm going to pass it. Let me pass it here. So or it's then I'm going to say if it's pending, then we're going to show a spinner. So let me wrap this in a code, and let's import the spinner. So I'm going to also pass the spending to all of these to the sporting inputs. I'm going to quickly do that. So I've added the disabled spending to all of these buttons. I think it's all. Let me add it here too. So we can add, and no one can add anything when we've hit this submit button. So I think that is also the last thing we're going to implement is so I think I had it here. Let me remove it. We're going to add in the last button, which is the AI artwork generated or generate button. Sorry, generate button. So let me just paste it here, and then I'll change this to the different icons. I'll say sparkles, and I'll just change this to AI Art Studio. And there I'm just going to remove on click. We're not going to need it, so let's just add in a class name. So I'll say flex one, bg primary, then border primary. I'll give it 0.2, and then we're going to text primary. Then I'm going to say hover bg primary, uh, 0.2. So we're going to wrap this inside a popover. So let's import it. So I'll say popover from Shanty UI, and we're going to say popover, sorry, popover trigger, and let's move this button. I'm going to say as child, save this, and then we're going to import popover contents. So we need to add a state. So I'm going to say open, and let's define the state here, and also the inputs, the prompts, user prompts state. So I'm going to pass that here. So open popover set of popover user prompt. So I'm going to pass it. Yeah, so say I think it's open popover, then open change, sorry. On open change we're going to pass in set open popover like this. So for the content we are going to say align, let's say align start. Yes, align start, then side right, then class name. I will give this width 320 pixel, and then I'm going to say 400 pixel for a different screen. So then padding 0, shadow, 2XL, border, and rounded XL. I'll add overflow hidden. So here we're going to have it if I'll give this a class name of P, padding 4, then space, we're going to add in space Y 4 and BG background. So for the header, we're going to have a div, and inside here we're going to say history. So I'll say describe your design, or pick, let's say pick art, something like that. Pick an artwork. So we give this a class name, and I'll say so let's give this text small and text foreground. Let's also give this div a class name, flex, justify between item center, then border B with padding bottom 3. Then let's collapse this, and then we're going to have a div and give this a class name, flex column cap 2, and we're going to pass in a text area. So let's import text area. Let's pass in value user prompt, and let's give it a class name, and the placeholder. So I'm going to also say on change set user prompt events the target value. Then below this, we're going to have a button. Let's give this a class name, widthful, size large, and then inside the button, we are going to just import sparkles and then a span tag. I'm just going to say generate. I'll just give this a class name. Oh, let's leave it like this. It's okay. So below this div, we are going to have a div where we're going to display the artwork. So I'm going to say class name and space y2, and then I'm going to give this h5, and let's just say quick artwork. Let's just call it okay, let me just leave it as quick artwork, and then we're going to give this a class name. This is a class name. We're going to set the text, the font size to 10, then font semi-bold, and then uppercase. Then below here, we're going to have a div where we're going to list the artwork. So we're going to give this a class name of grade column. It's a grade column 5, gap 2, and then we're going to give this a maximum height of 180 pixel. Then overflow y auto. So for the artwork, we're going to import it. So I already have it inside here. So they're inside the assets. You can see artworks. So we're going to import all of them here. So let me do quickly import them inside here. So I've imported the artwork. They are up to 10, and then added them to the array, to the artwork preset. So below here, we're going to loop through this array. So I'm going to do that here. So inside this div, so I'm going to just pass this here. So this is just a using the array. We're going to use the button, loop through the array. Then we're going to have a button with a class name, rounded medium border, and the remaining classes. Then we're going to add it to an image, and now we need to create this method. So we're going to copy this, and let's do it here. So say constant handle artwork preset. I think we're passing the artwork, which is of type string. So let's go back. So I'll say art of type string. I think we've done this for add image. Yeah, so I'm just going to copy this. So add image canvas URL. So I'm going to paste this here. I'll add async here. And let's just pass this here. Instead of URL, we just replace this with at, and then we're going to say set popover. Okay, set open popover to false. So the last thing we are going to do is to call the endpoint to for us to be able to generate artworks. So we have the endpoint added in the API .tx. So you can see it here, generate artwork rotation function. So we can copy this and let's head back to the editor sidebar and let's import the mutation here. So we're going to say constant use mutation function. Then we're going to say async and we're going to pass in the prompt of type string, and then let's return this and let's import this mutation generate artwork mutation function. Then here we're going to say mutate. I'm going to call this generate artwork, and then it's pending. I'll just say it's generating. Let's just use it's generating, it's okay. And then we're going to, yeah, so let me just paste it below here. So we're going to pass in the user prompt on success. So once this is successful, we're going to then add it to the canvas, add async, add image to canvas, and then we're going to set popover to false. So let's copy this. Let's go straight to this button and let's add it here. We say on click, pass it here, then disable button. So it's generating. So we can also add if generating, let's just return. So then for this button, we're going to also add the spinner here. So I'm going to say is generating. So I'm going to say spinner, and I'm going to say generating, then else. So let's move this inside the fragment. And I think let's give this a size of 16. This is okay. So I think that is all. So this I made a mistake here. So this is space y2. I think that is all. So let's look at it. Let's head over to the browser and then we should click on any of these. So I'm going to click on t-shirts and we can see how it looks. So I can add text and we should see. We can drag this. We can expand this. We can change the color and we can make this bold. We can change the font family and you can add in another text. So if you select this, you can see the color and the font family selected. Then I can also change this to a different color, and this is looking great. So if we look at this, we don't have the delete button, and the control does not look like the way I want it to be. So we can go ahead and change, add a custom control. So I'll head back to the code. And what we are going to do, we are going to create a file. So let's go straight to, let's go into a lib folder. And then you can see canvas controls. So if you click on this, you can see how to add in custom control. So this function is to render the SVG icon. And then these are the icons which are SVG. Then we can see the delete handler function to remove elements or element from the canvas. And then this is to apply the custom control. So we're going to copy this and head over to the canvas editor. And inside this use effects, we're going to pass this here. So I'm going to call this function, this method we had inside the canvas control, and let's import it. And once we save this, we can head back to the browser and you should see. So let's see. Let me try and reload this. And let's try again. Now we can see this. So I can move this. So I can click on this delete icon. And this is going to delete this, delete the text. So let's check the artwork. So you can see all the artwork added. You can pick anyone. We can resize it. And then let me paste it. Let me position it anywhere. Then click on preview. And now we can see that this is going to be added to the mockup. Then we can choose in colors, so you can pick white and see it here, black. Let me pick red, pink. And if I click on preview, this is going to use the pink mockup image. So we can switch between different colors, and this is going to generate the mockup. So this is looking good. And then I think we can test the generate with AI. So I'll paste in the prompt, and I'm going to click on. So before I paste in prompt, let me switch it back to design, and let me remove this artwork. So I'm going to paste it now and click on generate. So make sure the backend server is running. So it's going to take some while, and then it's going to give us the output. So let's wait for it. And we can see that it has generated the artwork. So I can drag this, position it anywhere I want, and we can preview this. So it's looking good like this. Then we can switch between white color and black, and you can pick um, pink, any other color. So I'll just pick. So let's save this artwork. So I'm going to let me remove white. So I'm going to start with black. Then I'm going to remove this, and then I'm going to pick white. So I'm going to select these three color, black, white, and pink. So we're going to give this a title and description so we can increase the amount. If I reduce this, we can see price must be at least $22.99. Then let me just increase this to 24.00. And let me just give this a title. So I've written the title and the description. So we can go ahead and save this. So I think everything is complete. So we can click on this create product and let's see if this is going to create a product. Now we can read that it has redirected us to the my listing page. So we can see the artwork here. So we're going to go ahead and work on the create order page or the my listing, the single listing page. So we can also implement the endpoint to for users to check out or to buy the t-shirts. So let's go ahead and work on that. So let's look at the single listing page and the checkout dialog. So we're going to go into the pages folder. Inside the listings, we have the single listings, and this is already, so I've added the endpoint for this. So I can just move over to API.tx in the lead folder, and we can see get listing by slug, and this is what been used here. So we just get a slug from the URL and the size and the color the user select. Then by default, once you land on this page, we pick in the first color and set it to the state. And this is just the loading state. And I think it's nothing much again. You just have the color thumbnail, the title, the templates, name, the selling price, and the list of colors the user selects. Then we have the checkout dialog. So we're going to implement checkout dialog. So I'm going to go into components, click on checkout dialog, and let's add the endpoints for this. So inside the API.tx, we have the create checkout. So I'm just going to change this to create order because that's what I use here. Create order. And inside the order.http in the backend folder, HTTP folder, we can see we have create order, not checkout. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to head back to api.tx, and I'm going to just change this like this. So let's just copy this, and let's head back to the checkout dialog, and I'm just going to use the system exit constants, and let's say use mutation function. Let's pass this. So let's import this, and we say on success, we're going to this is going to return a URL. So we're going to say data, then window dot location, sorry, dot location dot ref is equals to data dot URL. And if there's any error, we can say on error, and we're going to pass in a toast. So I'm going to import the toast from Sonar, and we can get the mutate and is pending. So let me remove this here. So we can use this. Yes, I'm going to paste it here. And I'm going to pass in the payload. So we have the listing ID selected, the color, the size, the customer email, name, shipping address. So let's make sure everything matches the order we have here in the order.http. It's p5. So we're going to just go back, and I can just paste in the let me paste in the payload there. So I'll just replace this with it. And I think that is awesome. Make sure I'll say string error. Okay, sorry. Let me move this out. Yeah, so just remove this. So I think we are done with this. So the unsubmit is passed to the form, and this is the customer field. This is the form field we defined there, the customer field, and okay, yeah, and you can see the render field here for different input. So this is everything. It's looking good. So we can go ahead and check it out. So let's make sure the server is running, and let's head back to the browser, and let's click on the share link, and this will take us to the single listing page, and then we can see the artwork that's generated from the backend, and the artwork is placed exactly how we designed it. You can switch to white, and we can switch to pink, so we can pick any size you want. And once you click on buy now, this will open the dialog. You can fill in the email, first name, street, city, or whatever. So I'm going to quickly do that. So I'm filling the field, the information. So we need to also make sure this Stripe webhook is running. So make sure you're running Stripe listing forward to locals 8000 API webhooks/Stripe. So make sure this is running. So let's try and submit. So let's click on pay, and this should redirect us to Stripe. So let's wait. And now you can see that it has redirected us to Stripe, and we can fill in. I'm going to pass in the test card from Stripe. So I'm going to pick on card. I'm going to select the card I have here. And then let's click on pay. So the price is correct and we can see the title of the t-shirt. So let's click on pay. And this should trigger the webhook. And so we're going to wait for this. So this is going to be directed us to the thank you page. So I forgot to show you the thank you page when that is existing in the code base. So let's just wait for this to complete. So now it has redirected us to the order confirm the thank you page. So now this is working fine. So let's go ahead and implement so let's go back to the home page, the order screen. So this is time data. So let's go ahead and add the connect the API to this page. So let's go back to the code and let's scroll to orders and let's click on index.txx. So this is the test data. So I'm going to remove this. So we can then let's uncomment this. Let me import this use query from Tanstack React query. Then the use get order. So let's check this. So we can see the endpoint slash order slash user. So I'm going to go back and then I'm going to import this. So we're going to just say orders data dot orders and the error should stop. So let's go ahead and test this out. So we can see the order status. So if it's pending, it show this color. If it's away shipping or shipped or fulfilled or failed. And I think this is okay. So let's go back to the browser and let's see this. So I'm going to so now we can see this we can see the order coming from this user, from this customer, the size and the color pick, and then we can see the amount and awaiting our status. So everything is looking good. So we're going to go ahead and deploy. So we're going to go ahead and deploy this app to render. So let's go ahead and do that. So to deploy the project to render, we are going to serve the client side and the backend together. So the backend is going to serve the client side and render. So we are going to build the client and then add it. Once we build it, we are going to point the client side. We're going to use the backend to serve the client. So it's going to point to the this folder. So once you build this, it's going to create a this folder. So what we're going to do that, we're going to go into the SRC inside the index.tx and let's scroll down below here. So I'm going to just paste this here. So this is going to serve the Stackify with Express static and then it's going to serve the index for unknown API route. So let's import the paths. So I'm going to say import paths from paths. So the error should stop. And with this, we're going to go ahead and deploy this. So once you've added this, so make sure you push your code to GitHub. So I've done that. And let's head over to render. So I'm going to go back to the browser. So I'll just reload this to make sure the backend and the client folder is there. So let's go to render.com. So just search for render and this should take you to this page. So click on render and let me quickly sign into my account. So I've logged into my account and this is the old one I've deployed previously. And make sure you've pushed your code to GitHub. So I have my backend and client folder and this is a repo. So I'm going to click on this new, then click on web service and then I'm going to pick the repository. So I've connected my GitHub account with render. So I'm going to pick this repository, and let's wait for this. So let me pick the projects, and then the root directory is going to be source soc, then the build command. We are going to change the build command. So because we are using TypeScript and we want render to first of all build the client first. So this is going to create this folder before building the backend, the TypeScript into JavaScript, and then the backend is going to serve the client through the this folder. So I'm going to paste this, and because we're using TypeScript, we're going to tell and render set production to false, so it's install the dev dependency. So I'm going to paste this here, and let me explain everything here. So we can see I'm using npm production dash dash production false, and then prefix client. So this is going to go into client, and then it's going to run client, and then it's going to then once it's done with clients, it's going to go into the backend, setting production first. So this install the dev dependency using TypeScript. So it's going to install the packages in backend. Then it's going to also build the backend. Then once it is done with this, we are going to then serve the backend index.js inside, which is inside the this folder. So I'm going to paste it here. So we're going to say node backend slash dix slash index.js. So we're going to pick the free plan, and then we're going to add in the environment variable. So you might pick in the free plan when you try to deploy, when that might ask you to provide your card. So it's not going to charge you, but it requires you to add card. So I've added my card details here. So I don't know, I've used it to deploy the previous example, the previous one I was testing around with. So let me try with this. But before we go ahead and deploy this, let's add in the environment variable. Let me go back to the code, and then we're going to add both the env for the client and the backend. So I'm going to copy everything I have here. So I've copied this and I'm going to head back to the browser. So I've pasted all the env. So make sure you change this to production, and then you're going to later on you're going to later on update this URL to the deployed URL. We're going to replace the Stripes webhook secrets, and then we're going to add a URL to Google Developer Console. So let's click on deploy so we can deploy this and get the URL. So I'm going to click on deploy web service, and let's see. So it's going to start running this. So hopefully there's no error. And let me go to, so it is building this. Okay, we can see the URL now. We can copy this MERN AI Print-on-Demand Platform. So we can see that it has built successfully. So it is deploying the app. And let's just quickly go ahead and add this to this URL to let's add it here to Stripe so we can get the webhook secret. And once this is done, we're going to go back to, so it is done. So let's go back to settings, environment, and let's just replace this. So I'm going to change this base URL. So let's click on edit, and let's change this to this URL. Then we're going to also change the better auth URL. So I'm going to paste it too. And let's scroll down to front-end origin. It's going to be the same thing. We're going to paste it here. And then I think vit. So just paste this put slash API. Then vit base API URL. Just paste this here. And then the front end Vite Frontend. So I'll paste this here. So I think that is it. We don't have any. So let me make sure everything's added properly. So let's go and add this and get the webhook secret. So I'm going to wait for, okay, we can see it here. So let's click on developer here. So it just loads. I'm going to click on developer, click on webhook, and I'm going to let me add this. So I'm going to pick. So I think we use checkout session complete and checkout expired. So yes, I'm going to click on continue, and so let's select webhook, and we're going to paste this here. So I'm going to paste this URL, and this is going to be /API/webhook/stripe. Like it. So let's just click on create destination, and let's wait for it so we can copy the secret here. So I'm just going to enable this. Sorry, let me click enable, and then I'm going to copy this, and let's head back to render, and let's replace this stripe webhook secret, and then I'm going to paste it here. So I think that is all. We're going to just click to redeploy. So the only thing we're going to do, we're just going to add this to Google Cloud. So I'm just going to click on save and redeploy. So let's wait for this. So it's going to start running. And now it is completely built and deployed the app. So let's just copy this. So make sure you copy the link, paste it here. So I've opened it and I think we have some error. So let's see. Let's test if the API is working. So I'm just going to put /health and click on enter. So we'll know if this is the client side that is having issue being served. So we can see that the API is working. We can see status okay. So let's head back to the code and let's fix this. I'm going to go back to the code, and after debugging, I found out that the client could I tried to rebuild this. It was giving a TypeScript issue. So I added this inside the ts config node.js. So I just added type node and then run the build, and it went. So I'm just going to run it again. Then I'm going to build the backend. So let me do npm run dev. So I'm going to test it here to see if it's working before I put to GitHub. So let me see if yeah. So this is the client side has built. So I can see this folder here. So let me collapse this inside the client. We can see this folder and the index.html. And let's wait for the backend to be done. Sorry, I ran should be npm run build. And let's go into package. Sorry, inside the backend package JSON, and then we're going to run this file. So we're going to run the script. So npm run start. So it's also failing to the backend to is failing. So let me add the type there too. So inside the let me add type. Sorry. And let me try again and run this. So let's verify it. So we can see the backend as built. We can see this folder here. So I'm going to let me run this. I'm going to paste this and say node this index.js. So let's wait for it. So now we can see the server is running. Now I can go over to local. So let's head back to the client side to the browser, and let me just open a new tab and just run localhost 8000 and click on enter. And we are still having the same issue, cannot get this part. So let me try health, and this is working. So I think I'm still having the same issue. So let's head back to the code. Let me see. I think it's this part. So let me close this. Index.tx. So I forgot to change the env, the node env to production. So I think that is the reason why this was not served. So just make sure you convert this to inside the env, change this to production, then save this, and let's run this again. So I'm going to build this. I'm going to say npm run build. So this is going to rebuild the project, and then I'm going to, so let's wait for it. So I'm going to just run node this slash m index.js, and then the server should start up. Now we can see the database is connected and the server is running. So let's head over to the browser. So I'm going to go over to the browser, and we can see that this is running perfectly. You can see I'm on localhost 8000, and you can see the API, the products are coming through. We can see the listings. So let's go ahead and then push this to GitHub so Render can rebuild this again. So I'm going to go back to my code, and let me just cancel this, and I'm going to just let me come over here, and I'm just going to add this. So I think there's something that is wrong. Let me delete this file, and let me add this again. So I'm going to push to main. So now let me go back to render, and if you click on event, and then you can see that a new deployment has started. So let me check. So it has deploy. Now we can see that there's build and deploy. So let's go over to this link. So I've opened it and it's loading up. You can see on the login page. So I can sign in. So I'm just going to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then click on login, and this should log me to the app, and everything is working perfectly. So we can add text. You can change the color of the text to red, bold. You can change the font, and we can expand it too, and then remove it. So let's click on this and let's add in an artwork. So just pick on anyone. So here we can drag this, we can select, we can change the color, and everything's looking good. So I'm going to click on preview, and this should generate the mockup, and we can see the mockup. So we can switch to this color. This is going to also generate the mockup for the white color. It's going to use the white mockup. Then we can look at it. So everything is working fine, and everything is looking good. So guys, so that is the